We gotta get our camera going the right way. You can't watch me drive for 12 hours. No, it'd be boring. There we go. And besides, if you guys watched me drive, you'd watch me pick my nose or something. I don't want to have you guys watch me pick my nose. I know Hemi likes it, but I don't think anybody else does. Get all buckled in. That way you don't hear the beepity beep beep beep. And then we'll do our tug test. We do back up first. Backing up. Going forward on our tuggy tuggy tug. Oh, the brakes work. We're still hooked in. Everything is good. Let's get the fuck out of here. We're going to drive on down the way to the Loves. This fucking guy here decided he wanted to fucking park where people are trying to drive because he's an asshole. Goodbye, Nick's catfish. My stomach thanks you. Anyways, we're going to go down to Love's. Get some coffee. So we need some coffee. It's fucking 3:45 in the morning and we need some coffee. I suppose I could just try it up here at the Phillips 66. They look to be open. But will their shit be fresh? I highly doubt it. But I won't have to stop and start from highway speeds. Hmm. Nah, that place looks like a pain in the ass to get in and out of. Fuck that! Know where to park and get coffee. That settles it. I sure as hell ain't gonna drive underneath that awning. Here's the heart of the sky of the Lowe's traffic stop. Coffee. Coffee awaits us. I need coffee. Man, I'm glad I didn't try to fucking park down here last night. Holy shit. Look at all these sons of bitches. I'll let you in as soon as I get my truck in somewhere. Gotta get me some coffee. Coffee! Gotta get some coffee. All right.
Sure.
Hello. Good morning.
Good
Hey, I'll
morning.
be right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I've got to get coffee. Coffee. I need coffee.
Good call.
Yeah. Eric, I wrote you a text message. You never answered me, bud. I was not asking for help. I was just asking for advice. Hey, Doug. Long time no see. And all these poor bastards that couldn't find a fucking spot. They have to risk having the police come in the middle of the night and fucking roust them out of their fucking rack. Serious fucking shortage of parking. It's really sad. Who's this, Premier? Stay in your lane, motherfucker. Morning, Jim. Hello.
What's up, Brandon? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Can't complain.
Damn it.
Can't
Wind
complain.
here. Wind. Woo.
How are you?
I'm awake.
Me too. I'm at mile 3.30.
All right. You don't even sound like you're breathing hard.
Having a little trouble. I don't feel so good. Bad dizzy spells.
Oh,
Such is the joy of head injuries,
oh yeah.
even if they were 20 years ago. But anyway,
Thank God I've never been fucked up in the head. at
oh,
least, at least not physically.
let's not get crazy.
Yeah.
So where are you off to today?
I'm going to deliver this morning in Bloomfield, Missouri. Right now I'm in Arkansas, driving on I-40.
Oh, okay.
Between Memphis and Little Rock.
All right. So
Somewhere
you're
in there.
yeah. So you're on the other side. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm heading over to Northwest Arkansas this weekend.
Very cool.
I
I
shall
wrote
be.
you a text message a while back. I don't know if you ever got it.
Hold on, I'll let you know. The last message.
You don't have to say anything on air if you don't want to.
No, the last message I got from you was October 17th at 12:27 p.m. You said, I am done driving for today.
Huh. Okay. I guess it never got through to you. Shit.
Yeah, that's it. That's the last message I got from you.
Okay.
17th at 12. Look, it looks like 12:27 p.m., but I have the print really small. Let me just pick it up. And that didn't do anything except make your text larger. All right. It still looks like 12:27 p.m.
Okay. Well,
Was it something I did or that you wanted to?
no.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to pick your brain on how to proceed with something. I'll talk to you about it off air.
Yeah, okay. No, that's not a
Talk
problem.
about it on air. Yeah.
And I promise I won't hang up with you and call you right away like I did that time.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I thought it was funny because I just totally misunderstood what you had meant.
Oh yeah. Yeah, now I remember. Okay. No, not this time. I'm probably going to deliver. I'll get there around 9:30 or something. I'll give you
I'll probably be asleep by then. I'll text you when I wake up.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Hey, I got a funny story for you.
Sure.
So when I first moved down here, the friends I made at church and everything. Well, this one guy, he was like, I should set you up with my sister.
Ah.
So then I was like, well, I'm not really, looking at a. So he told his sister about me anyway, right?
Yeah.
And his sister's like, well, he only lives in an apartment. He doesn't have a job. And, like he and his sister don't get along too well. So he was like, he never filled her in. Like, well, he's retired. He's divorced, that's, and like, I do all right. And he goes, well, he makes pretty good money. And then she's like, well, if he doesn't make six figures, if he doesn't make about 150,000, nothing. So of course, that puts me out of the loop for a lot of things. And so anyway,
it's like you're not even a person.
yeah. So the other day he texted me with LOL, you're going to love this. Because he told his sister, I got a house, I'm happy, no debt, just living and enjoying life. So he texts me, LOL, guess who'd like to, see if you'd like to, start something up. I was laughing my ass off. And he's like, you wouldn't be interested, would you? I just sent him laughing emojis.
Yeah.
And then he goes, you wouldn't be interested, right? So I sent him laughing emojis. And then his text after that is like, she makes $32,000 a year. She lives at home. She's got about $85,000 in college debt because she went to school for 3 years, almost graduated with like an art lit degree or a literature degree or an art degree. Then decided to change her major when she was 3 years in. And then had to start all over from square one. So it took her 7 years to get a 4-year degree. Fucking hammerhead. It was hilarious.
They really just don't understand what the fucking, how low value they are.
It was, I just couldn't believe it. It was hilarious.
You got to make 150, but she's making 32 and to be picky. Fuck that bitch. If she's only going to go off of money and not even treat you like a person, what the fuck?
Hey, I'm not doing bad. 7,800 a month tax free is not bad.
Something about 6 figures makes people change.
Yes. How you doing, Hemi?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought it wasn't Hemi. I was like, oh,
No,
sorry.
No, you're right. It's me.
But it was fucking hilarious. Hey, no, thank you. It's a piping hot bowl of crazy.
Oh, fuck yeah. With an anchor of debt.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I can understand the debt if they've got a good job and they're making good money that they can pay it off in 3 years. Then that's totally fine. But like an art literature degree or an English literature, I don't even know what the hell it's like, art or English lit or something. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with that?
How old is she?
Read books for a living.
She's got to be in her 30s. I mean, she's been out of school for a long time. How old is Ray's 36 and he's a cop, and he's been a cop he got out of the military at 27 and he joined when he was 18. So he's been a cop for about nine, almost 10 years here. And he said his sister's older than him, so she's got to be she's got to be in her 30s.
Yeah, she's pushing 40.
Yeah. The only thing I don't know is if she has kids or not.
Doesn't matter.
Right. But he's a pretty cool guy. He's married to his wife is half Korean. His dad was in the army, so he was in South Korea, and he got himself a nice moose and moved her home when he got out of the army. But she's pretty cool. She works for the local city council.
All the bulgogi you can eat.
She makes a damn good freaking Korean short rib, man. Holy shit. She's one hell of a cook.
Yeah,
Galbi.
Korean food's awesome.
Oh yeah, she has jar. They have jars of kimchi buried in like a little like lot, like a little like a garden in the back of the house. She has the jars of kimchi. It's pretty freaking
Yeah.
cool. It's nice. That stuff's good, man.
Yeah, some of it.
Yeah.
There's like there's like 100 different kinds of kimchi.
Oh yeah, no,
Uh,
I know. The one I had, I mean, she literally went out back, dug it up, and just put it right into the fryer. Like it was like a cabbage. It was delicious. It was delicious.
yeah.
And, the Englishman in me, loves cabbage. So English and German. So it's right up my alley. Hemi, you got some good Korean food up where you are, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. We have. We're the melting pot, man.
Yeah,
We have
definitely.
everything.
You guys get it good. I'm gonna be having wild boar this weekend.
Make
Yum.
sure it's a young one.
Oh, I don't know. That's all I know is what's on the menu.
Yeah.
Wild boar, rack of ribs, boar chops, porterhouse boar chops. So I'm looking forward to it. This guy's an incredible cook. I beat him in chess, so I said he had to cook me dinner. So, so like a bunch of us are going there to hang out, and should be good.
Sorry.
I think we'll live. But
Oh
anyway,
man,
gentlemen, what's that?
yesterday the fucking I-44. There were so many wrecks. Or I-40. There was so many wrecks.
There was a big wreck down here today on what's it, 75?
Yeah.
Some guy cut off a truck and the jackknife. But that they had that closed for a while. But I don't know. I tell you, some people just they think like the trucks can stop like a car. They just have no judgment on it whatsoever.
No. They think they're invincible.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Anyway,
Oh,
gents, I just jumped in to say hello. Wish you safe travels. Wish you a good day, and I'll text you when I get up. And again, sorry about my phone's wonky, man. My daughter tried calling me numerous times, and the call either never went through, or she'd leave a message, and the call would drop, and I would never get the text message or the voicemail, nothing. So I think my old Boost mobile phone was better,
yeah.
and this is a Verizon, but I don't know what to do. Anyway, you guys take care. Have a great day. Hemi, always a pleasure. Everybody in the chat, Brandon, you guys be safe.
Sleep well, Eric. Bye-bye.
Take care, guys. Sleep well. I wish. I have 2.5 miles to run.
Okay.
Take care.
Hang us a second, RO. I'll get you in a minute. Got turbulence coming off the back end of this FedEx truck. It's shaking me. Hello. Good morning, RO.
Good morning. How's my microphone?
Ah, it seems to be working.
Ah, excellent. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. Looks like I need to clean my camera though. It's fuzzy. Do that the next time I stop.
Right on.
I had dinner last night at a catfish restaurant. And, well, the tables weren't the cleanest, and I had my phone, and well, the side that sits down while I was reading apparently got a little bit of catfish grease on it. But I had the catfish, shrimp, and crawdad. Oh man, it was good.
All fried?
Oh yeah, of course. Well, the crawdads were boiled, but and those
That's
little
my kind
fucking
of dinner,
red,
sir.
yeah, them little round red potatoes.
Hmm.
And a
You
big
remember
old
me?
bowl of coleslaw.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice and crunchy with little apple chunks in there. Yum, yum, yum. What do I remember?
I didn't mean to step on you, so I apologize for that. But I was asking, you remember me bringing up the chicken chain restaurant called Golden Chick?
Yes.
And they recently opened one here in Tyler, and I pass it on my way to work and going home from work. And going home in the evenings, I always notice they have a lot of business.
Yeah.
And I have never tried it. So last night, after work, I was thinking, well, maybe I'll go through the drive-through and get a chicken dinner and see what it's all about. But when I drove by it and looked at the line at the drive-through, which was backed up damn near to the street, I'm like, I'm not that hungry. I'm not going to wait. So I just came on home and fixed a little something to eat here when I got home. But yeah, I made fun of their name, but I'm going to have to try it because they might be onto something.
They're not bad. I, you know, I, I've eaten at them before, and they're not awful, but they're not great. It's just your average chicken place.
Okay.
If you never eat there, you're not going to be a worse person
I don't need their help to be a worse person. I can do that by myself.
for it. Hey, you're a self-starter. I like that.
Are you still carrying the hydroponic medium?
Yes, I am.
That was a hell of a game yesterday. I was listening in.
I thought for sure Hemi'd get that one.
While I was playing along at home, as they say, even though I was
Yeah.
driving the truck for work, I guessed potting soil. Would you have accepted that?
No,
Yeah, bastard.
this shit's meant to be mixed in with water. Fucking. Now they also sell, but I'm not carrying any. Fucking peat moss that is supposed to be what you put your plants, I guess, in these fucking pipes, and they cut holes in the pipe, but you fill the pipe with peat moss, and then you run this fucking media through there,
Mm-hmm.
and it grows your plants. And you don't have to worry about your soil pH or anything like that. You just monitor the media, and that's how you take care of everything. I guess it's for like high dollar plants or stuff you want to grow at different times of the year that it usually grows. I don't fucking know all of it.
Well,
But
it's
I'm
my
taking
understanding.
the guys I'm taking it
Go ahead.
to are a fucking flower. They grow flowers. Apparently they use this shit by the ton. They get a truckload of like I've got every week. I've got 44,000 pounds of this crap.
Wow.
It's a lot of fucking flowers.
It's my understanding with hydroponics, you can grow plants. Uh, it requires much less square feet compared to when they're planted in soil.
Yeah.
I could see that being a big advantage for a florist or business like that.
Yeah, if you're going to grow in a greenhouse, square footage makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
You got to work today?
No, sir, not today. I'm working Saturday, so we get a day off during the week.
Today's Wednesday, right?
It's Thor's Day.
Oh, it's Thursday. I'm too close to my exit to get into a passing breeze with this guy. I'm damn near to Memphis, but I'm going to turn north and take Highway 55. And I'm glad I got over because there's a fucking way station. Can't miss our way stations. They frown on that, you know. Oh, but it's closed. I used to put the sign up all the way fucking here.
Well, thank you for the entertainment yesterday. There was lots of interesting conversation throughout the day.
Yeah, I was being a little catty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think yesterday was probably one of our better streams.
It really was.
But those fuckers went after Hemi, so I fucking decided, okay, it's war. Hemi doesn't do anything to anyone.
Well, I'm not up to speed on what went down and where it went down. Would you care to enlighten me?
Ah, I really wouldn't want to get back into it today. The
That's fine.
if you want to see what pissed me off, go watch Cush's fucking last stream.
Well, I don't follow that individual, so that's why I'm out of the loop. But it's all good, and if you don't want to get into it, I respect that. I don't have
Yeah.
to know.
Well, I tell you offline. I just don't want to.
Yeah, it's all
I
good. Don't worry about it.
don't want to upset my wingman. He's right in here sleeping. He might wake up. It's a pretty, it fucking, that's bullshit. Fucking Hemi doesn't fucking offend anybody or say shit. Hell, he doesn't even agree with me on what went down with me seeing Kush fucking talk about wanting to go after 16-year-olds in Las Vegas. It's
Well,
it's Hemi until fucking Kush made that stream was not, he wasn't going to get involved.
eh, much ado about nothing, as they say. I heard you a couple of days ago. You had a load go to Shreveport recently.
Yeah, that's where I started yesterday. Delivered a
Did you
septic
go to the
tank.
boats?
No.
Guess what my lovely daughter did last week?
Got pregnant?
Bite your tongue. No,
What
she
did you?
totaled the car I bought for her to drive.
Huh. Is she okay?
Everyone is fine. Thank you for asking.
So how's she gonna replace it?
She better get her hustle on. That's that's two cars she has retired, and I'm not providing her a third.
Yeah, my youngest totaled her first vehicle as well. And didn't say anything for weeks.
Really?
Yeah, I had to find out through my fucking father. Not my fucking father, my dear
Wow.
father. Needless to say, I did not replace her car.
Well,
And she couldn't be bothered telling me. Eh, oh well.
did you provide that car to her?
Yes.
Yeah. Daughters.
Well, I should say it a different way. I gave the money to my little brother, who is a pretty good mechanic. And he found her a car, or a little pickup truck, actually. Fixed it up.
Hmm.
That's what she was driving.
I'm still waiting to hear back from the claims adjuster on whether they want to fix it or total it. I'm pretty sure they're going to say total.
Yeah, they generally do.
Several years ago, I drove a Mazda pickup as my daily driver, and another driver made a sharp left turn right in front of me while I was going at a high rate of speed. And I had to swerve so hard to avoid him that the car actually rolled over on its side. And it was several years old at that point, but the insurance company opted to fix it.
Really? For a
Yeah, I
rollover?
was amazed. Yes, I had to. I had to climb out my door. It was on its side, on the passenger side, where my stepson was sitting, and I had to climb out the top of it and then hoist him up and pull him out. And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll bang those dents out." Blah blah blah.
Well, I saw a nasty accident yesterday. A truck crossed over the center median and rolled into the far ditch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was about as fucked up as I've seen something get and still stay together.
Did it overturn or anything?
It rolled.
Oh, were there any guardrails or anything like that involved?
Well, there's like we got here in the center, we got them fucking wires.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those will stop a car. They're not going to stop a fully loaded semi. This guy was a tanker truck, and I don't know what the fuck he was carrying, but as I was driving past the wreck, my eyes started burning.
Mm.
5 miles before that, there was 4 cars that played bumper tag.
It's rough out there.
You know, so after seeing those 2 wrecks in that short amount of time, traffic was really heavy. I decided I'd fucking pull over and have fucking catfish dinner at this place I know. And they have a big parking lot, so that's where I spent the night. You know, sometimes you got to look at what's going on the road. It's like, all right, people are fucking getting stupid. Time to get away.
Yeah.
That rollover could have been just fucking horrible. Because traffic was thick yesterday. I have no idea how he missed people on my side of the road.
Makes you wonder what happened as far as did he fall asleep behind the wheel or mechanical failure?
Yeah, you'll never know.
No, you can only speculate.
Yeah, it's one of those two. Or, you know, sometimes I've like if I'm in like a really windy day and I've got a side load, if I sneeze, you know, I'll go a foot or two to one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's it could be something as simple as that.
Yep. The faster you're going, the less it takes.
Yep.
Somebody else you had on yesterday was driving, and their driver assist beeps and boops were going off, and it kept fucking with my head because my truck makes the same noises. And
Oh, well,
I was like,
we've got 3 people that call in that drive. We got MGTOW Wind. We've got Polska Bob and Red Pill Rhino. Sometimes Hemi
yeah.
gives us a driving in Canada stream, but that's not very often.
I particularly like the back and forth you and Rusty had later in the afternoon.
Oh, good. That was Rusty trying to prove a point that you could say anything on the stream and still not get canceled.
I I wondered how committed he was to his actual argument.
Yeah, that actually upset a few people. I had some people talk to me offline about it. I'm like, don't worry.
Ah,
He was just trying to prove a point.
yeah, you don't get upset.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody was threatened or insulted. You just had a back and forth on a point of view.
I like the talk that Outlaw and I had about, why homosexuals can't be MGTOW. Now, they can be red pill, but they can't be
Hmm.
MGTOW. Jesus, that GMC's doing 100 miles an hour. I'm going fucking 70, and he just, boom, gone. This guy, too. What the fuck? I've driven in Arkansas enough to know you don't fucking do that for long before you're going to be pulled over.
Any animal shelters to check out where you're going?
Not that I probably, maybe they got one. I don't think so, though. It's a really small little town. I'm going to
Yeah.
Bloomfield, Missouri. You got your Google there?
Well, unfortunately, my personal computer is out of service. A friend has possession of it. He's fixing it for me. So all I have is the phone. And if I switch
Oh,
tabs to look something up, I'll get disconnected. Otherwise, I'd be happy to Google it for you.
Making coffee?
Actually, I was just washing my hands. I already made
Ah,
coffee.
ah.
I assume you have your coffee at the ready.
I do. I'm about 3/4 of the way done drinking it.
Woo. Yes, ma'am. No, I don't work today. I work Saturday though. Hmm. Thank you. Mm. Here, if you're going to be walking to the bus stop in the dark, it'd be good to have that on you.
Give her a flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
Good man.
We had a discussion about how she could maintain her job without having access to a car, so she can save up and hopefully get a car. And they all she doesn't have any coworkers or friends she can rely on, so it's either like a Uber or a Lyft or You know, this town does have a form of public transit. It's not at the level of other metropolitan areas, but it's here and it functions. I told her find out, and she did, and she has decided she's going. You know, the fare is $1 compared to
Yeah.
like $15 or more for a Lyft ride. So hopefully that will motivate her to save her money, perhaps look for a second job or a job with better hours, better pay. I'm just going to sit back and watch, see what happens.
Yep. Well, apparently, if I take this exit here, that will take me to Johnny Cash's house.
He's not there, you know.
Yeah, he's not. He's not home. But I wonder if he really likes it. There's also a fucking prison on that exit. Right lane closed 1 mile.
So Johnny Cash hailed from Arkansas.
I don't know if it's because I'm right here on the Arkansas-Tennessee border. Mississippi's
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi's probably about a mile or two away. I don't know which one he comes from, Arkansas or Tennessee. Let's put the coffee down. Now we're getting in construction.
Yep.
Good thing I did too. Woo!
What happened?
I just had to do some fancy driving. I'm glad I put my cup down. Nothing unsafe, but I had to change speeds. I was shifting and maneuvering at the same time and using the trailer brake because we've got a whole bunch of, I don't know what the fuck you'd call it, but there was sand maybe or something. Maybe it was grain. I don't fucking know. somebody had lost part of their load going in. Had a real sharp fucking S turn where we went from 4-lane highway to 2 lanes. It took us off of one side and put us on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, somebody lost part of their load. I don't know what it was, but it made the road a little bit slick, and the trailer was wanting to come around in front and be in the front of the truck. I didn't want that to happen. It's never a good day when that
I am
happens.
talking to Brandon Trueblood. He is a. I'll tell you about him later. Have a good day.
Have fun at work.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. She asked a question. She's on the way out the door.
Okay, I just told her to have fun at work.
Brandon told me to tell you to have a good day. Have fun at work. I would prefer you earn money.
I'm not gonna have fun.
You're not gonna have fun. Okay.
Well, in every job that
Holler,
must be done,
holler if
there
you need
is
anything.
in every job that must
So,
be done, there is an element of fun. When you find the fun, snap. The job is done. The robin feather her nest has very little time to rest when gathering her bits of twine and twig.
alrighty then.
Mary Poppins had some good life lessons in it.
Was Mary Poppins a feminist or a trad company?
Oh, she was a feminist. But she was an old school feminist. She wasn't a fucking man eater. She wasn't anti-family.
It is time to make more coffee.
Excellent. Hey, we're getting out of the construction zone. Bless you.
Thank you.
I better drink quick because we got 3 miles ahead. We're going to go back to one lane. Man. Coffee successfully ingested, sir.
Good job. Carry on.
Thank you. Yay, here comes the sun.
Do 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 do.
Beautiful song. Here comes the
It's all
sun.
right.
Do. Here comes the sun. I say it's all right.
Do 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 do
Little
do do
darling,
do do do.
little darling. It's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it seems like years since we've been. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's all right.
That was Harrison?
Yeah, George Harrison. Apparently, one day they were recovering from fucking a big night of partying at John's house, and George got up
Mm-hmm.
early, just walking around John's garden at sunrise. He wrote that in about 20 minutes.
Did he produce it solo or with the Beatles?
With the Beatles.
Okay. You remember John's son Julian Lennon?
Yep.
His musical career seemed to fizzle out pretty quickly.
Yeah, he was pretty much a one-hit wonder.
Same thing with Bob Dylan's son in the Wallflowers.
Yeah. Although they had a much bigger hit than Julian Lennon did. It's not too late for goodbye.
I bet you hear that noise in your sleep now.
Yeah. It barely fucking registers now that I'm awake. I don't pay attention to it. But the way they've got this construction zone set up, I'm damned if I'm going to hit that fucking Jersey barrier.
Yeah, the rumble strips are more forgiving.
Yeah, that's not even the rumble strip. That's uh, my truck saying, "Hey, I can see the white line."
I understand.
We haven't even gotten to the rumble strip. Apparently, this guy in front of me's got his brights on because everybody's fucking flashing him. Good morning, Chaos. Hey, Sotanar, JR. Nice.
Yeah,
Coffee burps are the best.
they're up there. Hey, buddy, come here. What's the latest on our friend Frank?
That I do not know. Heard from him about a week ago. I haven't really, he doesn't say anything about his condition.
Right.
So I have no idea. Welcome to Missouri, motherfuckers.
Yeehaw!
Yep. Got about an
You
hour
know,
till
if
we
you
make.
stare at,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was saying, if you stare at the catfish grease smudge long enough, I see the image of a man's face.
Hmm, nice. So you see Jesus in the catfish grease.
Hallelujah!
They should have a way station up here. They usually have one around the state line. And if it's open, I'll pull in there, wade, and then stop for a little bit, clean off the screen. Truck parking 1 mile. Oh, that'll do too. short mile.
Speed bumps.
No, it's just bumpy.
Uh, Swift.
I'm gonna thread this camel through the eye of a needle, though. Because this guy in this trans Mex, which I imagine is mostly Mex truck, decided he wanted to fucking park where people are trying to drive.
Well, it makes it easier to get back on the road.
Yeah, good for him.
He's still on it.
Yeah. That's better. Welcome back, Emmy. All right.
Good morning.
And it is a good morning. We're all above dirt.
What up, Himmy?
So that's Scooby-Doo.
Yep, that's Scooby Doo. I think we beat him down, Emmy. He doesn't even fight us anymore.
Rowdy.
It really doesn't faze me.
We have to try harder.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got the day off today.
Indeed.
What's that? Super foggy outside. Holy crap.
It's super fog. It's super
Super
foggy.
fog. Super foggy. Yow.
All right. We got our lens cleaned off. We got the trucker emptied of coffee. Back on the highway we go.
On the road again. Chuh.
Ugh.
Chuh.
Chihuahua wants breakfast.
She's gonna have to wait.
Beautiful sunrise coming. Just on street for you guys. It's pretty. That sounds like a minivan.
It is.
Hey, hear me?
Yes, sir.
My daughter wrecked her car last week. Guess what she pulled out in front of?
A minivan?
No, sir.
Okay. A semi truck?
No, sir.
Uh, did it
It's
have
Hemi
four
related.
wheels?
Minivan.
Did it have four wheels?
It did.
Okay. Is it was it commercial?
No,
Okay. Was it a Bronco?
no.
Oh.
It Hemi related.
It's Hemi related. Oh my goodness. Was it
I've
was
got
it a Dodge Ram pickup?
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey. Was she okay?
She is fine. My son is fine. Thank you very much for asking. That was all I was worried about that night.
Right.
She was very, very upset how I was going to react to the news about the
Oh
car
yeah.
being damaged. And
Yeah.
I tried to explain to her. I said, Abby, fuck that car.
Yeah.
There's a billion cars out there. There's only one of you. You know, I can replace the car.
Exactly.
But she's not 20 yet, and she's taken two out of commission. So,
she's a killer.
yay, daughters.
He told her. Well, what was she driving, by the way?
Yeah, I got her I think it was a 2006 Infinity.
Shit.
It had been, very well maintained and not super high mileage, and I got it for a really good deal.
Well, you'll have to keep your eyes open for another really good deal.
No, no, sir, I will not.
No. You're just gonna let her fend for herself, are you?
It's time to start adulting. She has been provided two vehicles, and she has wrecked them both, and now it's time for her to find her own way to get behind the wheel again.
What a meanie.
Well, I've she lives rent free. She doesn't pay any utilities. Um, I buy her whatever she wants me to bring home from the grocery store. I don't, you know, she's had ample opportunity to get her hustle on and stack some cash. And for the most part, she spends very irresponsibly and blows it on fast food and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle paraphernalia.
Yeah. Kid, man.
Yeah, Well,
Was the accident her fault?
yep.
Oh, well, that changes my perspective a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be calling my agent and taking her off my car insurance today.
Oh shit. Yeah, I guess you might actually get an increase. That
It
sucks.
increased significantly when I added her to it, but I made her
Wait.
reimburse me every month for that.
Uh,
Yeah, no need to
wait till the ram owner makes a claim. It'll go up,
They already did.
and then
Their
and
their their insurance
she'll no
provider
longer
called
be.
me the next day.
Wow. And she'll no longer be on your policy. So now it's going to go up, and she's not going to pay you the difference. Boom, boom, boom,
Well,
boom. Uh,
Well, there's no sense having her on your policy if she doesn't have a car.
no, no, no. Of course not.
correct.
That sucks.
Yeah,
And if your insurance
it
company
does.
tries to jack you around for her wreck, switch insurance
They,
companies.
Oh
the
yeah,
next one will charge you
I'll
more too.
I'll go shopping.
They're all in collusion together, man.
To a certain extent, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta stop and get a lighter. God damn it.
Quest for fire.
Quest for Fire, yeah. BC.
You're running errands, Amy?
I'm heading up to the children. Morning. Excellent. $2.99. Thanks.
$3 for a 50-cent lighter.
50 cent American, $3 Canadian. It's just inflation.
Fruitonomics.
Mm-hmm. Due to supply chain difficulties, we've had to increase the cost of lighters. COVID. I wonder it'll be fucked. It'll be said, oh, that's because of COVID.
I would I would estimate everything we buy retail is three times more expensive today than it was 2 years ago.
Extend that to 10 years, and I'd agree with you.
Did you have any more guests after Easy?
RO.
Well, I mean, anything important?
No.
Okay.
That was a good one, Himmy. I like that.
Yeah, I kind of dozed off after Easy left. And something happened because when I woke up, I was no longer connected. Oh.
Yeah, it happens.
It was a late night last night. Fuck.
I woke up in time to hear Doug spanking Indy in golf.
Yep.
To hear Indy cry about it.
Neither one of them invited me to play because they didn't want to lose. Some too much competition for them, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The guys in Missouri are at it with their funny signs again. The highway sign said, "Who are you going to call?" Then the next flash, it came up, "No one, you're driving."
Uh, What if it's hands free?
You'd have to ask the people at the Missouri Department of Transportation.
They'll have to show me.
Oh, ooh, we're starting.
Can you tell I just woke up? Fine form. Fine form. Wish my dad would buy me an Infinity.
No, you don't.
My dad is sending me a text message. I'm going to respond. He'll probably boot me off the stream. Just letting you know I didn't rage quit.
Okay. Well, you'd have gotten away with it too if it hadn't been for those meddling kids.
Oh yeah, Token Blue Pill is in the backstage.
Oh, he's no longer a token blue pill. That was a joke.
Oh,
He needs a new name.
say I'm the token one around here. What the fuck?
No, you're not the token one. You're the toker.
I be token.
Yeah, you're a joker. You're a smoker. You're a midnight toker.
You bet. Play my music in the sun.
Yeah.
No, I don't get my loving on the run. I prefer to lay down.
I kind of like standing up sometimes.
Yeah.
If they're small enough, anyways.
I'm a tall guy, so my dick always ends up in their fucking rib cage then.
No, I'm talking about lift. I'm tall too, and I'm talking about lifting them up.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna exert that type of fucking energy. No way. I save that for when I'm getting paid.
Well, that's why I said if they're small.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I don't lift nothing unless I'm getting paid. Man, fog is like pea soup.
I've never eaten peas. Sounds disgusting. Why would you have anybody pee in your soup? Shit. The Canadians are
You know,
weird.
because it needs more salt. I don't know. It's how foggy it is. Look at that shit.
Corn Frost. Hey, Grinch. Ugh, let's see if I can add Grinch. There we go. There's Grinch. Morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Thirsty. Can I have a cup of Kool-Aid?
That's outlaw. You'll have to wait a few hours.
Oh, I thought you were the red pill cultist.
No, I don't. I don't give Kool-Aid.
Hmm.
I'm the cult leader. I don't make the Kool-Aid. I order my minions to make it.
Nice. So I'm halfway home.
Oh yeah,
Are
you're
you
on your way
driving
home
home
now.
already?
Well, I'll be leaving here probably in about an hour. I'm in Orangeburg, South Carolina, in the motel room.
Don't wake Chloe.
What was that?
Don't wake Chloe.
Oh, she's been up. She woke me up. We've already done 2 walks.
She's eager to get home.
Yeah, I guess Grinch. You have to wait to get your free waffles.
The seniors get free waffles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, we get free waffles. But it depends.
It depends.
Oh.
So did you enjoy your visit to Florida, Grinch?
Oh yeah, did
Good.
something with the grandkids every day.
Nice.
The youngest one runs cross country, and in the 5 races that he's had, he's dropped at least a minute every race since he started. So he's getting better. He's only 11, so it takes a while to
Yeah.
get up to speed. But if he had run with the older kids, he would have came in 15th out of 30. So
Huh? That's
he's
pretty
doing
good.
pretty good. Yeah. And I got to see my oldest grandson's first guitar concert. The kids at the music store played they did a great job. They had some kid who was about 16, the lead guitarist. He was good. That boy can play. So at the end of the show, I made sure I went up and gave him a fist bump. Oh, phone's ringing. I'll be back.
The kid's like, who's this old guy trying to be cool?
Yeah.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Hey guys, I'll be back shortly. I'm gonna go walk Pappy up to the breakfast.
All righty.
He
Have
called.
fun.
Enjoy your
He's ready to
enjoy your breakfast.
waffle, 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 waffle.
Waffle, 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 waffle. Go easy on the maple syrup.
No, drink as much as you want. You can put your head right under the tap.
Maybe they'll have
Are you
Canadian
kidding?
bacon.
At the low budget hotel Grinch is at, I'm sure it's table syrup.
I'm sure none of it's real. It's all artificial. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this place is so bad. This is the worst motel I've ever stayed in. It's a Quality Inn, and it's horrible. It's so bad I slept on top of the bed.
That's where all the jizz is.
Yeah, I didn't want.
Did you bring your black light?
No, I was too afraid to.
Ignorance is bliss.
Oh my gosh. You walked in this place and I was expecting chains to fall out of the ceiling or something.
Can I get a new room, please? My room smells like sex and candy.
Well, my neighbors were out front partaking in medicinal smokes.
Okay.
The guys at the other end of the parking lot, the migrant workers, were cooking on a hibachi out of the back of their truck.
Tailgating.
Oh yeah, there were people arguing. Oh, just
Grinch, you can afford a better hotel. Jesus.
Well, it looked nice from the street. But once I pulled around back after I got the rooms, because I have to get a room, that's pet friendly. So yeah, this place is pet friendly, all right, and it doesn't include the dogs.
Yeah, La Quinto is probably the best fucking national chain that's pet friendly, though.
Yeah, I agree, but this is where I've stopped. This is the first pet friendly one I find. So Pappy was getting tired; his legs were hurting him. So, all right, I shall return.
All right. We'll see you shortly.
And JR's writing a book. Too bad we're both driving right now.
We'll read it anyway.
Keep your eyes on the road, son.
The sun breaking through there. Looks like the beginning of Highway to Heaven.
Cool.
I'm talking about your screen.
Oh, my screen? Well, the sun
Yeah.
isn't even up over the horizon yet.
Yeah. Just breaking through the sunset or sunrise. If you see a big hairy guy with an Oakland Athletics hat hitchhiking, you better pick him up.
Okay. I don't know the story behind that.
No.
No.
Oh, the guy with, well, actually it wasn't the guy with the hat that was hitchhiking. But the guy with the hat was driving and Michael Landon was hitchhiking and he picked him up and he was an angel.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness.
I never watched the show.
Too wholesome for you?
Probably.
Mm. Holy fuck, buddy. I know it's foggy, but you can drive a little bit faster.
Guy who passed me going over 100, now sitting on the side of the road with a blown front tire. I bet you that was a fun way to stop.
Was it one of the steer tires?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll make you pucker up.
Then instead of fucking changing the tire, the truck is just sitting there with the blinkers on. How can you be so fucking inept that you can't even fucking change your own tire?
Cars probably don't even come with jacks nowadays.
There's a truck. Trucks always have jacks. Cars always have jacks too. Now, I'm not
Yeah.
saying the jack is worth a
That
fuck.
might that may be the way of the dodo.
Well, that would suck.
A sports car doesn't come with. Yeah, sports car doesn't come with a jack. Fix a flat shit.
Fuck. I wouldn't buy a car that didn't have a fucking, you know. Now the worst fucking jack I've ever owned was for that fucking Chrysler minivan I had.
You
No,
don't
it
like
was a
the little
Dodge.
scissor jack?
I've had scissor jacks before, and this one was the biggest fucking piece of shit. The one time that I used it, it fucking bent. I had to throw fucking I had to throw some fucking logs under the fucking vehicle. It literally started to fucking collapse on me, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah. They're sketchy.
New Madrid, the place where the freaking fault is.
It's not your
Whose
fault.
fault? No, it's not mine. I don't own good property around here.
It's not your fault. Somebody else's fault.
Thanks, Eddie. That's right. Hamster needs to pay some more taxes. These roads suck. Morning, yellow fever. Damn, that's embarrassing.
What's that?
I got passed by a school bus. They have a separate speed limit for trucks. The speed limit for cars is 70, and for trucks it's 65, right?
Okay.
The school bus doesn't fall under the truck category, so he can go 70.
Ah, I see.
Good.
5 mile per hour is so insignificant. What's the fucking
Yeah.
point? What's the point?
Tickets.
10 mile an hour I get, but what's your speedo graduated in? Tens?
Yeah. Yeah, the analog ones in tens.
Yeah.
My digital display just,
Yeah, okay. Well, the farmers are cutting down all the corn.
all right. Imagine how skilled you'd be if you got paid once a year. You'd become a very, very, very skilled person for budget management.
I don't get what you're saying. What do you mean?
Farmers get paid once a year, right? When they sell their
Okay, yeah,
crops, that's when they get paid.
sure.
So if you got paid once a year, you'd have to be really skilled at managing a budget.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Or you just collect all the subsidies and don't worry about it. Did you ever see that Clarkson's farm?
The what?
You, You know the TV show Top Gear? It was like an auto show. Three British
Yeah,
guys.
yeah,
Well, the one guy, Jeremy Clarkson, the tall, obnoxious one, he did his own.
yeah,
He did his own farm in England through
right.
COVID, no less, and he made a show out of it. But what was eye opening was that if it wasn't for all the government subsidies, he wouldn't even have made a profit. And the profit he made was shit, namely because he wasn't managing it well. But
Right.
if it wasn't for the subsidies, he would have lost all of it. Lost all of it. Like fucking lost his shirt.
Well, there's another way to look at it. If it wasn't for the subsidies, the price of food would be much, much higher. You pay that high price, but you pay it in taxes, and it's distributed throughout the entire wage
You,
earners.
you don't think if it was just left alone with any of that intervention, it would just
I
be
think that what
affordable,
would
be
happen
affordable and profitable?
if it wasn't profitable, people wouldn't do it, right?
Of course. Well, yeah. Well, we need to eat though too. So
Yeah, we need to eat. So it would become profitable, and that's not a Bronco. It would become profitable because there's a demand.
That's just free market crazy talk.
You think Monsanto's going to fucking let that, you know, be unprofitable? I could see, if it was just Joe Schmo, the average farmer, getting fucked. People have been fucking farmers forever. But there's the
Amen.
the big companies like that, they ain't going to sit back and let that happen.
I may disconnect just so you know. I didn't.
Okay, Hemi.
Yay, more construction.
Yeah.
I passed the local DOT recently, and they had a sign out front said "Now hiring signal technician."
A flagman. Yeah. A signal technician. What a fucked up. Unless they're talking about somebody who fucking fixes traffic lights. I don't know.
You know, it's the flagman.
Yeah, it's the flag.
No shame in that gig, though.
No, there's no shame in it, but they can't call it flagman anymore because that's sexist. So they had to come up with a new name, right? Signal technician.
Yeah. You know, when I was in junior high, my mother got herself a job as a rural mail carrier. And
Yeah.
for years, people would ask me what my mom did for a living. I'd say, my mom's a mailman.
Yep. Here's a brand of tractors I've never seen before. CLASS class.
Farm tractors?
No, farm tractors.
Hmm.
No, they're having trouble with their pile driver this morning. Guys up there fixing it. Put in some pylons and you can't get them driven. Damn it. There's Love's there. I think I can come back here after my 29 miles away. I'll be right back. I need to make a phone call.
10-4.
All right. All right. If you're going to run it, I'd like to be single screen. Thank you.
Get your damn hands off it.
Hey, True Blood.
Yo.
I got a text from my daughter. She said, "I lost your flashlight. I'm sorry."
Your fleshlight or your flashlight?
Nice.
One of them's worth getting upset over.
Yeah, it was a good flashlight.
Is it one of those tactical ones? A million candle power?
Nah.
Oh.
The state of Illinois makes their road workers wear fucking LED hard hats. And these ones light up. It looks like they have a globe on top of their head, but it's just the hard hat is illuminated from within, and it's not for seeing anything; it's for being visible.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, except think about it at night. You're working with a fucking bug attractor on your head.
Sure.
You know.
Oh, up here it wouldn't matter because no construction takes place after 3 p.m. in the afternoon anyway.
Okay.
You guys do the all round the clock. We rarely do it. They start on the construction site just before morning rush hour, and they finish on the site just before afternoon rush hour so they can beat the traffic.
Yeah, smart.
Do
You know
y'all know why? Sorry?
I said, you know the traffic's going to be fucked up because it's construction sites. You got to do something.
We have 2 seasons here, winter and traffic. Oh no, winter and construction, sorry. Both cause traffic. they'll come out and, say we all need to stop idling, but, keep us all sitting in traffic for three hours a day.
Do y'all know why some insects are attracted to artificial light at the
It's not a
nighttime?
it's not a Bronco, but no, I don't know why.
They navigate by starlight.
Hmm, that's cool.
It is pretty damn cool.
Fucking asshole.
Alrighty then.
Oh, look at this cab over. Beautiful. Somebody loves their baby. It's like they're bringing in the cotton harvest around here.
Eli Whitney would be proud.
Yep. I think he was an alcoholic.
No idea about that.
Well, what was his most famous invention?
That would be the cotton gin, sir.
Right, gin, right?
Ah, I get it now. Very clever.
Not really. Still funny.
My stepdad managed an industrial
Skull.
cotton gin.
Just wait a cotton picking moment. Your stepdad managed a cotton gin.
Yeah, he did.
I believe you. I just had to use the cotton picking
It was
moment.
it was a pretty good job for him to get coming out of prison.
Yeah. I have never been
Yeah.
around one, so I don't know what they're like. I imagine there's a lot of dust.
Yes. And a lot of really big machinery.
Of the rip your arm off kind?
Probably.
5 miles to Bloomfield. Oh, man. 9 miles to where we're going. Hey, Bloomfield. Here we are. That's not a Bronco.
A lot of people buying these not a Broncos.
I don't get it.
Got a call from my son this morning.
Cool.
Would he smash up?
Yeah, he's not driving yet.
How's he doing?
He's doing well. He knows I'm picking him up from school this afternoon. He said, "Hey, Dad, are we going to jujitsu?" I said, if you bring your gear, I'll take you. He said, all right, cool, bye.
Perfect.
That's my boy.
That's not bad.
Chip off the old block. Hey, man, you got 5 children, I believe, correct?
Yes. One estranged and four I deal with on the daily. And the estranged one is now like 29 years old, so we can't really call her a child anymore.
Right. But still, 5. Okay. Hard for me to wrap my brain around that many.
Well, you don't need your brain to make them.
No.
No, if anything, one would say that was absent.
Very true. Very true. But yeah, respect, man. 5 kids.
What can I say? I like to fuck, I guess.
You're just a straight shooter.
My pullout game is very weak. But yeah, they so four now deal with the daily 16 to 9. So
Uh-huh.
yeah,
That's great, bro.
It's okay. I don't know. There's some days like, you know. Life would be
Trust me, I
very
get it.
different. Life would be very different without them. Not saying necessarily better, maybe, but be definitely different. I'd have more toys, I think.
Definitely.
But I've hedged my bets. If I only had one of them or two of them, the chances of them taking care of me when I get older is slim. But you know, with 4, there's got to be one of the 4 that, or you know, well, the 5th one wouldn't piss on me if I was on fire. But out of the 4, one of them's just gotta fucking take care of their old man. At least I hope. But then again, they may learn their parental, how to relate parentally through their mother, and I have a good relationship with my folks, right?
Right.
Wives not so much. They're the ones that were always in turmoil.
No. What is this you speak of?
That was good. No. You know, they're the ones that can't get along with people. Territorial like cats.
Meow.
Yeah.
Brandon is circling his prey.
You get a Waffle
Well,
House?
I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to be. I just don't know where they're going to want this crap delivered.
Get some straw.
Yeah, they sell all kinds of shit here.
A little cute little farm.
Yeah, it's a greenhouse farm kind of place. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. So you do jujitsu and then
Green.
take them out for dinner or something?
Uh,
Or do you
sometimes
have
he
to?
wants to do dinner before jujitsu.
Okay. Yeah, I was like that too. When I got home from school, I was fucking ravenous.
Yeah, he's the same way.
Time you have to have them home by
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. He's got to be to bed on time. It's school night and all.
That's what the court order specifies.
Hmm.
But if he wants to attend the 7 o'clock adult class that goes to 8 or past it,
Yeah.
his mom is usually cool with it as long as I notify her.
Yeah. Well, that's no skin off her nose. She doesn't have to do any of the legwork for it. So
Well, her and I had a tiff recently over it because she hadn't been taking him at all.
too
And
busy.
well, he's been lazy and she's been enabling his laziness. And,
Mm.
when I enrolled him last year, we made an agreement that I would pay for all the classes and all the gear, but
Yeah.
she would help out with transporting him on the days that he wasn't with me.
Sounds fair.
It
Sounds like
was,
the best
but
interest of the child.
well, the best interest of the child became overruled by the convenience of the mother, and I called her out on it, and she didn't appreciate me holding her accountable. And
No,
I
they
didn't give a
never
shit.
like that. They never like that. You're still in the wrong. I'd love to know how she justified it.
I can tell you,
Please do.
he's been complaining about his thumb being sore.
Thumb, like
His thumb.
the okay. Did he hurt it? Did he hurt it at jujitsu?
He probably sprained it, mild sprain, but nothing disabling him, preventing him from training.
Right.
But he's been complaining about it, and she said, "Okay, we'll stay home. Go,
Uh,
go play video games. Leave me alone." That kind of thing.
yeah. Go exercise that thumb on the controller.
Oh yeah, it works great for that.
Man, I'm impressed with it. You know who came out to meet me? A
The
12-year-old
farmer
boy.
himself.
Yeah, well, the farmer's sons.
The farmer's
12-year-old, yeah, 12-year-old boy and this guy looks like he's about 16, 18, something like that.
Nice. So then they're not in school today. They're working the farm.
Yeah. Oh.
Go meet me over there by the gator.
You only got the back end of your trailer about right there at the end of that lane up there. So go and drive forward and then back up the bitter side.
All right. You just guide me wherever you want.
All right.
He pulls out a bridle, straps it on Brandon's head. I'm going to guide you.
Don't forget the blinders.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the poop bag.
Yep, gotta have the feed bag too, you know.
Fuck! Look at the pile of tires there. They're gonna have a bonfire.
Those are all fucking retreads.
Should have leaned out the window and said, "Hey, boy, ain't you supposed to be in school?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, these boys are gonna have me unloaded before fucking school starts. That's a fucking that is fucking. I'm impressed with this. All right, I'm gonna go help them. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
10-4. That is pretty impressive. A lot of kids aren't interested in the family business.
Not at all. Nope. They're interested in the spoils of it, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm. You got any jobs lined up today?
Child care day.
Ah,
Yeah. This weekend's going to be busy, but I wanted to get out midweek to a plumbing job, but it hasn't happened yet. It's not looking promising. I may just have to wait till the weekend.
my daughter has very long and thick hair, and she sheds like a Saint Bernard.
Okay.
So her tub is constantly getting clogged.
Mhm.
And I got a snake, and I
Okay.
showed her how to use it in the tub
She
to
break it
get
off in the
hair
drain.
clogs out. Well, actually, last week I noticed that there was water standing in her tub, and I was like, "Nope, you got to maintain that bathroom because when your brother comes over, he has to use it too." And
Mhm.
uh, standing water is a no-no. So I said, "Handle it." And she broke out the snake, and she snaked it and got the hair clog out by herself because I had shown her how to do it.
Oh, fantastic.
I offered I offered to help. I said, "If you need my help, I'll come help you." She said, "No, I got this." And she got her done. I'm like, "All right."
Teach a man to fish.
Well,
Why don't you
unless she
put
ever
one of
shaves
those?
her head, that's just something she's going to deal with.
That's true. Why don't you put one of those, like a screen across the drain?
We actually have one, but it's semi-effective at best. A lot of shit gets by it.
Oh, okay. How many pancakes you want?
I'll take 4. How many are you feeding this morning?
I have to feed 4, and if you want, so there's 5 of you.
Good man.
Believe it or not, it's easier to cook for a lot of people than it is, you know.
No,
There's no
I'm with you there.
there's no real sweat to cook for a couple extra mouths, you know. The effort already for one to add another couple of plates, it's nothing.
Yeah, I agree because often when I cook for just myself, I
Mm.
usually make more than I'm going to eat, and even more than I'll eat as leftovers. It's hard cooking for just one person.
It is. It's a lot of effort. There's more. There's more cleanup than there is actual construction. You know,
Yeah.
an hour and a
Oh,
half of construction for 10 minutes of wolfing it down.
oh man, Hamster's going to be so jealous.
Why? Is he a redhead?
No, no. My next job came in. I'm hauling beer.
Oh wow!
But you guys can't play now. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, you just tainted us.
Oh well, we won't play the game.
I feel contaminated.
Well, I was so excited for Hamster, and I couldn't help myself. Oh, I know what we can do. I know what we can do. I can call Hamster up when I get loaded, and
Mhm.
then you guys can try and fuck him up with your answers.
Ah.
That'll be perfect.
I like Hemi's question. Is it made from elements that appear on the periodic table? You might as well ask, does it exist in this universe?
One tablespoon of vanilla.
Is it imitation or real vanilla?
No, that's that real vanilla, not the shit that comes from the anus of a beaver. Uh, 3/4 cup of milk. Fuck, I can tell my eyes are getting bad. Like the tiny print on this bag, I'm having a hard time reading. I'm getting old.
What a drag
It happens,
it
man.
is.
What a drag it is getting old. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Life's so different today.
Yeah, I hear every mother say, "Hey, Mr. E." I had to drop my phone. Man, listen to Hemi beat it. Wow. That's put some effort in there.
And he's done.
That's quick.
Let's see
No
here.
wonder, no wonder your wife left you.
How dare you, sir? Uh, put this in. I'll go for my second shot on goal.
There better be no lumps.
No lump. As smooth as your backside, RO.
Hopefully less hairy. We need to find a troon to endorse True Blood's next load.
Yes, because we know beer is the drink of choice of the cross-dresser. Watching like 2 years from now, that Dylan dude comes out and says, "Yeah, it was all just a troll." You know,
Yeah, he made his money.
I made my money. I got my fame. You guys are all fucking idiots. Now I'm going to go marry a woman and settle down. Well, did you ever hear of the Canadian teacher with the triple F prosthetic
Oh
tips?
yeah, I remember him.
Well, apparently this year he's gone back to his natural habitat and identifies and looks and acts like a man.
He made his point, and now he's done.
There were people that said he was just trolling. No one ever really got a statement out of the guy to see whether he was like, believing this or he's just like making a mockery of it all. I think he might have just been making a mockery of it, pointing out the
Absolutely believe he was.
pointing out the ridiculousness of it all, and you know,
Well, his prosthetic was so ridiculous.
yeah, right, yeah. Like it was over the top. It sure was. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if it is. It's troll level 1000, like fucking epic level trolling, but you're really dedicated to the bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Is your daughter done school?
She is 19, graduated from high school, currently not enrolled in any kind of
Not in
junior
college.
college or anything of the sort.
Just floating.
The fall semester after her graduation, she enrolled and started attending the local junior college on a scholarship,
Okay.
and that lasted about 2 weeks, and she withdrew.
Wasn't what she expected.
Her heart wasn't in it.
Well then, don't waste anybody's time at it.
Yeah,
Take the
I didn't
seat
come
away
down
from
on her about it.
Take the seat from somebody who really wishes they were there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on. Well, hey, listen. When I had finished high school, I didn't really know what I was going to do and shit. And it was like going out and getting a full-time job was a great motivator to figure my shit out. You know.
Yep.
Sure, I was making pay, but it was a shitty job, and I wasn't happy doing it.
Mhm.
You know. Yeah, so maybe that's what she'll do. She'll go get it in the workforce and be disillusioned quickly.
She has a job.
Right.
What she needs is a better job with more hours and better pay.
Well, everybody wants that. That's the holy grail.
Man, we have summoned the beast from the Midwest.
Oh my goodness.
Good morning. Hey,
Good
Speak of the rodent.
morning.
speaking of the rodent, yeah, that's right. I am
Morning.
here. Morning. Who is here? RO is here. Easily triggered. Pigtail hamster. I like that. Pigtail.
Pigtail.
Oh, all this entertainment for nothing. It's free. I mean, imagine
Free.
that. It's free. See, now my ideal job is fewer hours and a lot more pay. Matter of fact, the closer we get to 0 hours and infinite pay, that would be great. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Basic income.
Yeah.
You're a fan of UBI?
No, well, I don't give a shit as long as someone else pays for it.
Hemi,
Hey,
I like the new icon you gave me, Hemi. It's really great.
Jeez. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Some people might find that offensive. I don't know who that would be, though.
I don't know.
I think it's kind of funny. I do.
Listen, I'm Switzerland here. You you two have it out.
You can't be Switzerland if you pull that shit, man.
He's just priming the pump. He's priming the pump. That's all he's doing.
You're acting more like India,
Mm.
who pretends to be non-aligned but really isn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you mean.
What do you mean?
You are just a lorry driver.
Is this a lorry driver?
Do not touch my cow. My cow is sacred. Do not touch it.
He wants to see Bob's and Vagine.
Bob's and Vagine. Yes. Bob's. Show me
Bob's
your
and
Bob. Show me your Bob's. Huh? I'm fucking sucking. I'm losing my man boobs.
oh no. Oh God. You're gonna have to stuff it. Get some Kleenex and put that in there.
Yeah.
Keep up appearances there, bro.
You'll be
Yeah,
doing
let's-
less.
Let's go take a look and see how these fine young men are working.
Are they unloading your butt at the moment?
Yes, they are.
Oh goody.
Let's have a look.
Are you gonna get your butt packed up again today, or are you just gonna get
I
another
am.
butt? Are you?
In fact, I'm coming to St. Louis to do it.
Oh my God. Oh no. When's that gonna happen, man?
Right after I get done loaded.
Where the hell are you?
I'm down in Bloomfield.
Oh, your dad. Yeah. You were saying that yesterday.
Turn this around.
Looks like there's going to be dinner in your future, hamster.
I don't know. We'll see. It's all a matter of timing.
Yeah. We got Dad driving that. And the men are back here with the hand carts. We got chickens, cows. So everybody's having a good old time.
Grab one of those chickens for dinner.
Yeah. If they'd let me, I would. You know it'd be fucking super fresh. I think these guys are Mennonites, maybe? Like Amish light.
Amish with equipment.
Yeah, well, these guys aren't Amish for obviously because they're driving powered equipment.
Right.
It's a family-run greenhouse and other types of farm. It's absolutely gorgeous. Today is a beautiful day. It's what, 65, hamster? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's too nice to be inside the truck.
Too nice.
But don't worry. Don't worry. Next week it's going to be finally cold.
Yay!
Yay.
Fat man weather.
Mm-hmm. Gonna actually, looks like it'll freeze on Monday for the first time.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what I'm talking about. But tomorrow's going to be 82 again. It's fucking summer. It's crazy. But we'll take it.
Global warming.
It is global warming. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Climate change.
Happens 4 times a year in the northern hemisphere.
Climate change.
Yeah.
Seasons.
Stole my future.
What the hell is that?
Oh, there's somebody out in the freaking hallway blowing the dirt out, I guess.
Oh, leaf blower.
Yeah.
Want one of these?
What's that?
This? It's my leaf blower. It's my trailer broom.
Oh, I thought that was just supercharged flashlight.
Oh, it'll do that. It'll do that. But you gotta put your balls right here, one ball at a time.
Blowjob machine.
Yeah.
Brandon likes his rear blown out.
Ooh. Oh.
Every time my rear gets super dirty, I get it blown out. I love it. You got to have a clean rear.
Mm. Yes.
We got a cow. She thinks I'm gonna feed her. I came walking this way, and she started walking up like, "Hey, Brandon, you gonna feed me?"
Moo.
Go pet it.
Go pet it.
Yeah.
Or do a Frankie. Go fuck it. I mean,
Well, the farmer's out here, and I don't think he'd be taking very kindly to me molesting the livestock.
oh, he might give you those tall boots, to keep the. Well, that I would know or anything.
No, he'd say, "You stay away from her. She's mine."
That's my girlfriend, man. Stay away from her. You can have that bull over there, though. He's got no balls left, but he's sucking.
There ain't no bull, but there are some sheep. That's Frank. Frank, I'm sure, would enjoy the sheep.
Frank.
Bah. This is about heaven. This guy has got it made. He's got good boys. Fucking, they're working hard. They're all working together. Nice piece of property out in the middle of nowhere. Steady source of income. This is what it's all about right here. Really.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe someday. Who knows?
Oh, and we even have puppies.
Ooh.
Grab one. Grab one. There you go, Brandon. Let one hop
Oh,
in the tree.
man. This little guy with the big ears.
Let him in the truck, Brandon. Let him in the truck.
Look at this guy. He's so cute. Hi, guys. This little guy right here. He's so cute. Oh. Man. You see him? Yeah. Hi, guys.
Take that little one with the pink collar. We put her in the truck.
Well, only this black one's a mean little bastard. The rest of them are really sweethearts, especially this guy with the big ears. It's a pity he's probably too young to be fucking housebroken. Shit.
Damn, they're yappy. Fucking worse than Chihuahua.
Well, they're actually part Chihuahua, it looks like.
Yo quiero Taco Bell, man. That's right.
Yeah.
The little Wiener Schnitzel. Yeah.
And I'm delivering today in Stuttgart,
Stuttgart.
Arkansas. You got to go to St. Louis and then back down to Arkansas.
Yeah. It's almost all the way back to Pine Bluff, so I'll be pretty much repeating the trip I made up here.
Wow.
Deja vu.
All over again.
Like all over again.
Yeah.
Darn.
What do they say in our
They're saying, get this fat misogynist off our property.
So it sounds like.
Stranger danger, stranger danger.
Well, I do want to fucking pick them up and take them away. So they're correct.
Henny, you inspired me to cook breakfast.
Oh, fantastic.
Say what?
Clip load out for you?
Sure, if you want.
All right.
What are you cooking?
If not, I'll just go wash it. Either one. If it dies on you, it's because it sounded really weak. I'll just go wash it.
What's for breakfast? Damn it.
3 fried eggs over easy.
Yum. Just need some hash browns in there, some bacon, some biscuits and gravy. Some extra butter. Oh yeah.
I like the way you think.
You ever watch like some of these YouTube shorts with the cooking and shit? You know, those really fast ones that I fucking hate. They never talk and they just drop shit everywhere. It's like, here's the easy sandwich. You know, there's like 48 steps to get to the fucking
little
sandwich.
Puppy there with the floppy ears.
Yeah, little beagle.
Yeah.
cute little blower.
I bet you like
Well,
the
I don't have enough of
influencers.
a charge on it, and he's having to bend over to get it to work.
It does normally have more of a. It does have more force.
Yeah. It's amazing. Little batteries these days really pack the punch, but
Yeah.
I guess I need to put charge on it. Man, you've got heaven here. This is
Especially the hickories
He,
and the
he
maples.
muted himself kissing the farmer's ass.
Showing all the color. You're from Kansas, huh?
yes, sir.
Uh-huh. We've been out through there several times.
Yeah, my place is up on a little reservoir they have there called Bone Creek, and
I see.
yeah.
Yeah. Is it pretty flat and open out where you are? Is
No, I'm southeast Kansas. It's pretty close to the Ozarks, so it's more hilly than like out by Hayes or something. You know? Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you bringing this.
Oh yeah. I'm impressed with the help.
Are you? Well, they do good.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Have a good day there.
You too.
Am I supposed to sign anything? Or?
I gave the young man there the paper.
Okay, sure. I didn't know if hers or they all.
Well, one of them's for you and the other one's for me. They're carbon, so they're carbon copies. They'll transfer if you sign it. But
Yeah, so you want me to sign?
yeah, I think there's a spot for it. I think that's
Brandon. What was a carbon
somewhere.
copy?
Yeah,
You don't got a pen.
I do up in the cab.
Up in the truck, I got a crock pot.
Tell him he can sign it with just an X.
Sure.
Oh, it's beautiful today.
Yeah, it is.
Really, it's the kind of day that makes you thankful to be alive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We can change that.
Oh man. We can make your day. We can microwave some eggs, man. That'll work. That'll get you frothed up. Has anyone ever done that?
I bet you RO's microwaving his eggs right now.
How dare you, sir?
That's a trip, man.
I'll just take the top
Iron
one.
skillet.
All right, that's fine.
Isn't that the restaurant?
There's for you.
That is a
records.
restaurant. Yeah.
So you got takeout.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You just drive straight out that lane of the highway there.
All right.
Yep.
Is the road north okay?
You what?
Is the road north all right?
North. If you head north.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 25. It'll take you all the way out to interstate. What is it? 55 or I think it's 55. Yeah, it's nice road all the way up through there.
All right, because it's the road that goes up to Cape Girardeau, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Cape Girardeau, the home of the chief Nazi, Rush Limbaugh.
He's dead.
He is dead. Yeah, he's still dead. He's been dead for quite a few years now. So. He was also the guy that came up with the phrasing feminazi.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the
Yep.
first big figure to publicly state that global warming and the eco-Nazis are all socialists.
No kidding. Who knew? Well, probably nobody thought about it carefully until Limbaugh pointed that out, to be honest.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, gotta go, boys. See you later.
Bye, hamster.
Bye, hamster. Hey, hamster, don't forget to play this afternoon. He left.
He did.
Come back with your organ.
Come back with your organ or on it. To misquote the Spartans.
You know, when your wife tells you to come back with your shield or dead on it,
Yeah.
how are you supposed to take that?
She's fucking supporting your honor as a warrior. You know? As long as she's upholding her end of the deal, you know, as long as she's keeping her side of the social construct or contract, why not?
Yeah, she had to stab that senator that was trying to stab her.
That was just a movie.
I know, but it's a good movie.
Yeah. I liked Ape portraying the part of Leonidas.
I have no idea what you guys are fucking talking about.
The 300.
Oh, okay. I didn't like that movie.
Well, that beagle puppy is destined to become that guy's hunting dog. No, hunting dog. So I didn't even bother asking if he'd sell him.
Damn. You didn't tell the class about your adventure on the weekend.
I didn't have much of an adventure.
No.
The dog I wanted to get was already taken. 6017. So,
Once I
sort of,
let down.
yeah, sort of let down. Anyways, we're off to St. Louis.
Get ready,
Hamster
hamster.
land.
Get ready, hamster. We're coming.
Hamster knows I'm going to be there, but he's not going to be able to get off work. This is a work day.
Welcome.
Darn rodent.
He works too hard.
Yeah.
To quote Tombstone, you tell him I'm coming, and hell's coming with me.
Yeah.
Are you hell?
No, that'd be you guys.
Oh.
And they've still got all kinds of cabbage and shit blooming, or not blooming, but ready to harvest.
Those kids need to step up their game.
No, no, no. Everything is as it should be on this place. They're even selling their mother. You see it? Mom's for sale. I've got my boys. You don't need to be here no more.
Pimping their mother on OnlyFans.
Hit the road, bitch.
I don't need you
Which is
anymore.
which is something this guy would never, ever, ever say. I'm sure. No, that's the way the life should be right there. Absolutely.
Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue.
Well, you're my wife.
Goodbye, city
Goodbye,
life.
city life. And you know some damn fool's gonna clip that and say, you see,
Drug gaming now. See?
is this where I turn? No, this can't be where I turn.
Depends what you're turning into.
Yeah, here. You passed me by. I've got to look at my map. Okay. Beep, beep. Green Acres is the place for me. Clean living. Ah, great fucking show.
It was.
And my favorite was never even mentioned in the credits. It was Arnold the Pig.
Any relation?
Yeah, distant.
Distant cousin?
Yeah.
Kissing cousin?
No, not. We're not from Alabama.
Kansas pigs don't do that.
They have much more to throw.
Uh,
Yeah.
Hey, Hemi.
I don't think Hemi's answering you. What's up, JR?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Got all
sorry.
kinds of
Was
stuff to
was a
say.
question? Was a question asked of me?
Yeah, RO has a question for you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hemi, are you kind of like me right now and not feeling the cleanup part?
Yes. It's the worst part of cooking, man.
All right.
That's why you always want to cook for somebody, because if you cook, they clean. Only fair.
Except at your ex-wife's house. You cook, you clean.
I know.
And then you justify it by saying, I want everything where I want it to be when I put it away.
He's actually been showing some improvement, so hopefully soon he'll be able to relieve me. How much of a mess do you have for a couple eggs, though, Aro? Fucking fry pan and a plate? Come on,
Uh,
spatula
the skillet, the spatula,
and a plate.
some silverware. The
Yeah.
plate was paper and licked by the dog, and then
Mm.
it went in the trash.
See, the dog even put enzymes on the paper to fucking help it decompose in the landfill.
That's right. Look how green you are. You didn't even know it.
Him's a good boy, yeah. Him saves the environment for Greta.
That's right. Greta is trying to
Yeah,
save
she's a
the
good
environment
boy.
for the Palestinians. Well, they fucked that away. How to fuck up your PR in one fucking stuffed animal. Piss off the people that own all the fucking media. Good job, Greta. Notice I am not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying it's stupid.
Her handlers are going to get a stern talking to.
Yeah, because I don't think Queen Asperger's had a fucking thing to do with it.
No.
Blah, 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 blah.
Wish my whole drive was like this. This is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
You mean St. Louis doesn't look like that?
No, St. Louis doesn't look like this.
Well, bad news. Your next delivery is in downtown Memphis.
No, my next delivery is in Stuttgart, Arkansas.
Oh, right, Stuttgart. Not Germany, Arkansas.
New and
Is there a
improved.
high German? Is there a high German population in Kansas? In Arkansas?
I doubt it. Maybe 100 years ago when they all moved over.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the name came from. Oh, stuffing for an egg McMuffin. Oh, better yet, there's Subway.
Yeah. Better yet, we'll eat my own food.
Are those white trucks for sale?
No,
Oh, they look
that's
like they were
somebody's house.
parked.
That's
Oh,
somebody's house.
oh, I see. Looked like they were selling them.
If I was going to buy a truck, I'd go down to Laredo, man. They've got a bunch of them. Cheap.
Can you get like seized ones that were used smuggling drugs across the country border and shit?
You probably could. They probably have those at auction. That's not a bad idea.
They'd come with trap doors already installed.
Brandon could buy one of those rigs used for muling people.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? It looks like CJ's a flat earther.
Yep.
He says the beautiful flat earth.
That whole theory falls apart in the southern hemisphere.
Isn't there some kind of barrier in Antarctica we can't cross?
The firmament.
Yeah, it was put there by the ancient aliens and guarded by Nazis.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where the Nazis did their secret experiment, creating super soldiers
Right, and anti-gravity.
and anti-gravity. Yeah. What was that comic book character? That guy with the red skull or something like that?
Yeah, Jordan
Yeah.
Peterson.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what they were. That's what they were doing down in Antarctica.
You know, you gotta give the Nazis credit. They built some big ass war machines.
The what is it? The fucking Gustav, the Schwerer Gustav, fucking like the fucking rail gun. We have to put up tracks to move it into placement. It'll take us a month.
And not only did it need railroad tracks, it needed a double line.
Yeah, and it needed the crew needed the crew needed to assemble and disassemble it was fucking massive too. How nobody saw that thing moving across Europe, I don't know. What'd they say? The shell was the size of a Volkswagen Beetle?
Bigger.
Bigger than a Beetle?
Yeah.
That's a fucking shell, man. Fortunately, it never got really used.
They used it to try to stop the invasion of Italy, and it worked for a little bit, and then they fucking bombed it. Because they fire it and then go back into a cave, and then move it out and fire it again.
Waste of fucking steel.
Oh hell yeah, and manpower.
Think of how many fucking MP40s that would have made. You could have put one in every German citizen's hand.
They only had 8 million men in their army. You know, and that includes the supply corps, which is most of an army.
And they fought on multiple fronts.
Yeah.
The similarities today are uncanny.
Yeah, aren't they? We have socialists who are controlling the means of production and steering that production towards a wartime footing at any fucking chance they get.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd have figured? Oh.
Don't forget all the degeneracy and debauchery in the popular culture.
Oh yeah.
And the struggling finances.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, who's America going to swing at first? Because that's what Germany had to do. It was either wait to be attacked or fucking throw the first punch.
I think our elites are just happy to sell it off piecemeal.
Well, personally, I think the first punch has already been thrown. It was thrown at us. That would be the COVID virus that escaped from the lab in Wuhan, and they shut down internal travel. But let international travel continue. They fucked up because they couldn't contain what they let out.
Maybe they wanted it let out.
No, they did, but they didn't want it let out inside their country. That's obvious from the way they reacted to it. Second punch, which may have been but which may actually have been the first punch, I don't know, is flooding the fucking drug markets with cheap fucking fentanyl, synthetic fucking opium. Can't convince me that that is not an intentional attack on this country. It's the same thing the fucking British did to the Chinese. You know, wars don't necessarily have to start with bullets and bombs.
No, they can start with sanctions. They can start with fucking many different things.
Yeah.
Foreign policy, usually.
We probably wouldn't even had to fight Japan if we hadn't fucking embargoed oil.
Yeah, blockaded them. Yeah.
No, we didn't even really blockade them. We just fucking wouldn't sell them oil. And then the Royal Dutch Shell Company, which had a bunch of oil fields in Indonesia, got in on the act. And Japan said, huh, well, time to take everyone over, or we're dead.
If you can't buy it, you got to go take it.
It's too bad we didn't get here at sunrise. It's the town of Delta. We would have had Delta Dawn. What's that flower?
I knew it was coming. Days gone by.
And this is why I slowed down. Hello, Mr. Sheriff. How you doing?
Catch you speeding in my town.
You're right. We didn't.
Old Roscoe P. Coltrane sitting there.
Sheriffs don't like to pull over big rigs. They prefer to leave that to the state police.
I have seen different.
Yeah, the big rigs
I'm
pay
sure you
bigger
have.
fines. Bigger fines. Fill the coffers faster.
I've experienced fucking small town fucking fuck of the big rig in Illinois. In Williamsburg, Illinois, the motherfucker's $150 parking ticket.
Fuck you, Noah.
Son of a bitch. Noah, eat shit and die, motherfucker. You and your whole
Jack,
goddamn
jackboot.
piece of shit little town. I shouldn't call it a piece of shit little town. It's actually pretty nice. Built on the fucking backs of us truckers that you've been raping, you sons of bitches.
You know, ordinances against jake breaking are a good racket for small towns.
Oh yeah, yeah. AC Delco probably fucking paid them all off. We'll give you these free signs and you can write tickets and we'll sell more brake pads and you'll get fucking revenue.
Yeah, yeah. And find that once you uncover a conspiracy or two, you fucking start thinking everything's a fucking conspiracy.
Yeah.
And you may be right. That's the thing, man. You may be right. You may be right. I may be crazy.
Yeah, but it just might be a lunatic you're looking for.
Yeah, RO's the lunatic we're looking for.
Turn out the lights.
Don't call me
No,
lazy. Not a two-story house to be found.
You guys see that car versus house video I put up on my community page today?
No, I
Yeah.
didn't. Like Outlaw, I never watch your stuff.
Can you imagine being the insurance adjuster responding to that one?
Yeah. I don't think the people in the car had to worry about paying insurance anymore.
No. But does collision cover houses?
Yeah. My buddy's house was hit by a cab. He lives at like a T intersection, and I guess some people tried to rob the cabbie, and the cabbie just like hit the gas and went up on his lawn, up his front steps, right through his front door.
Was he home?
Yeah, he was.
God damn.
Came
Can you
right
imagine?
through the front foyer, the front end of a Ford LTD poking through the front foyer. And of course,
in the morning.
yeah, it was in the evening. It was like 7, 8 o'clock at night. He was in the living room watching TV and right through the brick and took out the door. And of course, the guys that tried to rob the cab, they bolted.
Yeah, and he just took out the Ring doorbell, so they'll never get footage.
This was before Ring doorbells. This was actually when cabs carried money you could rob from them.
Great. Man, Polska Bob, where are you, man? I have your favorite thing. There you go, Polska.
I'm gonna jump off and respond to this pissy text from my ex. I'll talk to y'all in a little bit.
Hey, don't anger text. Don't fucking hate text.
Nah.
Well, congratulations on 6 day caffeine free there, CJ. That's a tough one.
Hell no.
Big ass fertilizer plant. Damn. Will Camping World shut its doors? No more RV sales for those fellas. See that a lot. A lot of these fucking big old RV dealerships are going out of business right now.
Oh, we lost RO.
Yeah, he had to go text his ex-wife.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, you don't immediately text them. You read what they
Get
have
to
to
it when you
say.
get
You
to it when
fucking
you get to it.
you calm down. Yeah, you calm down first. Then you
Hmm.
formulate how you want to fucking handle what they say, and then you wait fucking 2 or 3 hours before you reply. Put them in their place.
I'm busy. I'm a busy man. I'm not sitting around waiting on your texts. Yeah,
Or she knows it's his day off, so she's fucking with him.
sounds like a real peach.
Oh, she's a real winner.
Well,
He started.
I'm sure you talked about it when you guys had dinner.
Oh, he said a bunch of stuff on air too. This is the woman when she found out he was working overtime, modified the child support so that he has to work overtime.
They do that.
Yes, they do. greedy cunts.
Unfortunately, it will cost him to get it reduced.
Yeah, it's free to her.
Free to increase, cost to reduce.
And fuck the system that promotes that bullshit too.
It's the same system that believes in income tax. Thinks it's entitled to a piece of your fucking productivity.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be illegal to have indentured servitude.
Supposed to be. But how would the system function if you weren't its slave?
Oh, you'd have to have a major reduction in the quote unquote services they provide.
Uh, People aren't going to go for that. That's like taking a pay cut.
Well, government programs only grow. But, it's the same system that promotes infanticide.
Yeah.
Got to be able to murder the unborn in the womb. That's a human right. Imagine fucking nerve, fucking calling murder a human right. What kind of fucked up people, these sons of bitches just twist everything. Just fucking take something that's a noble fucking ideal and usurp it and pervert it. It's so fucking, it's so sick and evil. Greased meats, 23 kinds of bratwurst. Sounds like my kind of people.
Paul Smecker.
Oh, Smecker.
Paul Smecker.
Good morning, Mr. Smecker. Double-decker Smecker wrecker.
Can't see your side mirror with this new mount position.
Say that again?
I can't see your side view mirror with this new position of the phone.
I'll change it here in a second.
Yeah. Just merely noting. Not a critique, just a notification. Just noticed. I like looking up the side of your truck. See who's there. You go. Beautiful. Now you can see people coming up beside you. Nice.
Thank you. Sloppy one.
Shit. Did Char used to be known as Rex?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. I got a friend request from him on the Discord.
Well, Char, were you known as
Yeah.
Rex previously?
Like wasn't it Rexus Maximus or something like that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
If Char is posting a bunch of, Google Translate Norse or something like that, then he's Rex. But
No, I've never seen that. I don't know. I'll have to admit, I'm just not quite
he
sure
came
who
in.
he is. I see him here every day, but
Yeah.
where'd you come from? Where'd you go?
Where'd you come from, God, Joe?
Got no joke. Why you don't move over for the parked car?
Because there's nobody in it.
Just a good habit.
I move over for the truckers because there's not very much room on the side of the road.
Biased.
I am. I'm a bigot.
Bigot. Trucker group preference.
Yep. My size is them.
Yes, I do. Size shaming. You know, don't like the little cars.
Dirty, rotten sizest.
Mm-hmm. An axleist. You know.
Yeah, axleist.
Yeah. If it doesn't have enough axles, you just don't care about it.
That's right. Glad you finally figured that out.
I see your true colors.
Don't drive on empty. Go to Stone's Sausage Shop.
Ah, clever. They'll get filled with sausage.
Oh, you know it. I can't wait till I take a load of sausage in my rear.
Oh, shit. Oh, the jokes will just keep coming that day.
Yep. Or if I was to deliver for a camping center.
Bunch of hot dogs.
No. What do you hold tents into the ground with?
Oh, pegs. You're pegged in the rear, pegged in your rear. I gotta go bring in the blue boxes. I may disconnect.
Emmy, I think I'm going to do a stream tonight. Will you be up to run some special effects? So wait to get that answer until you get back on the stream to talk. Said something about broom box or something. I don't know.
Oh, Rusty's here in the chat.
Say that again.
Rusty's here in the chat.
Oh, great.
Crab scratcher.
Hey, Hemi.
Hmm.
I am thinking about doing a stream tonight. Will you be available to run the background and slides and stuff?
Sure. What time, though? Are you flexible?
7 o'clock set. Yeah, I'm flexible. 7 o'clock Central or so, somewhere around in there.
That sounds good. I think 8 o'clock Central might be more preferable.
So, okay, 8 o'clock Central.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Is this gonna get me in trouble?
Probably.
We'll have to make a disclaimer. I'll have to make a disclaimer page that the
Yeah.
views expressed here are the views of Brandon
the-
Trudeau exclusively and not necessarily shared with all. Listener discretion is advised. Something like that.
Something along the lines you can put in your about page.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not
You
too bad. That's a good
can
idea.
say something like, I am the navigator for the MGTOW World Tour, independent thinker. Sorry for the confusion. I'm not Brandon Trueblood. Sorry that you didn't understand that. Sorry.
Sorry.
You know.
Heavy on the swords.
Yeah. Got to make it very Canadian.
I'll be honest with you. Last night I was like, you know what? I feel fucking stupid. I just should just like whatever. Like I'm getting my go dot, Brandon.
Nah, there's nothing to feel stupid about. You had a legitimate freaking reaction.
Yeah, I know, but we strive to be better than that. I said to India, I've fallen off my pinnacle of mediocrity.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being a bad influence on you. Sorry.
That's
Sorry.
See, I'm an influence on you. Look at all those stories. I'm going to be an honorary Canadian. Start saying a little bit, and no one will know. Tell them you're from Timmins. Apparently, we're going to get a lot of new Americans up here if Trump wins. There's going to be it's going to be like a draft dodger 2.0.
Yeah, Cher already said she's moving.
Yeah.
But they all said they'd move when he won last time too, and they didn't. So I don't.
That's what I was going to say. There wasn't much follow through the last time we heard all that. I bet you though, if they swear to vote Trudeau, they'd be let in.
Probably. It's like I'm driving up into a storm. So it's raining on Hamster. Wow. Soggy rodent.
All those wood chips are getting wet.
He's going to have to oil the wheel.
You know, honestly, judging by the looks of Hamster, he hasn't been on the wheel in a long time. That wheel's rusted. Rusted seas stop. You just stack
Rusty's in the
torpedoes.
chat. The wheel's
He
not
stacks
rusty.
torpedoes in it. Okay, the wheel's seized with corrosion. He just uses it for stacking torpedoes and storage.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. But I'm hella impressed you can now button up your bibs. Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you. Have you been on a scale other than the one to weigh the truck?
No.
Okay. Like, real, yeah. It's the only kind of quantifiable results that I can wrap my head around because, like, I don't see how your clothes fit you. You know, I don't see that you got more energy or whatnot. So. But I believe you when you say you do, and that's a good thing. Because when the war breaks out, man, you want to be you don't want to be fit. You may have to run for your life.
Nah. You want me in your group. That way I'm the slowest one. They have somebody to catch. Don't tell me any secrets, though.
Right. It's like when you go bear hunting, I don't need to be faster than the bear. I just need to be faster than my buddy.
Right. That's correct. It's sort of weird on the highway when there's so many Cascadias that are sold, and if everybody has their spin up their what do you call it, cruise control set at the same speed,
Right.
you organically get these Cascadia parades. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 behind me, and 2 in front of me.
America's workhorse.
Yeah, and we're gonna get passed by this Kenworth coming right up.
I see him.
Oh, I take it back. I'm sorry. That's a Mac. I didn't even know they made those anymore.
gravel truck.
Not great.
Yeah, up here, that truck would be used for gravel. We don't have a lot of grain around here.
Yeah. And here comes a Peterbilt. Beautiful truck. I get better gas mileage. No, it's a Kenworth. Still a beautiful truck.
Oh, nice
Yeah,
box.
Yeah. You can carry a bunch of shit back there.
$5,000 stainless steel boxes on the back of it.
Aluminum.
You
Yeah.
look. You think they're aluminum?
Yeah, those are aluminum. I've been looking at them up close at the truck stops. Chromed aluminum. Of course, that van had to pass the FedEx truck so he could make a right exit. Because he's an asshole.
Four-wheeler. Rhino's in the chat, and so's Riggs.
Good morning, gentlemen.
And don't forget Chaos.
Yeah, and Riggs is appropriately calling Frank, wishing him well.
He's calling Outlaw. Moist, 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 moist.
Oh, he's calling Outlaw?
Yeah.
Riggs. You can't forget about Frank like that, man.
Oh, and St. Troglodyte confirms to lurking.
Yep.
We have nine eyes in here.
Yeah.
Let's see a roll call. Everybody who's in here. Yeah. Riggs, Rusty.
You don't have.
Troglodyte.
They can have their anonymity.
No.
Did I make a mistake showing you those statistics?
The first rule of running a good echo chamber is full control.
Woo! That's a hell of a gust. Got up to the top of that hill and just about got knocked over. Hey, Chaos. Welcome. Hello.
Mr. E.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. E, we cannot hear you. And why we can't hear
Hello?
you is just. Oh, there you are.
Do you hear me? I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
How are you? How you doing, Mr. E?
I'm doing okay. Thank you very much. Well, oh,
What's on your mind?
I'm kind of suffering from a little bit of lag back behind, but I've actually come up with some specific talking points.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, we're willing to listen.
Oh, well, what I've picked up, I've been at this for more than a few years, is we're having huge disconnect between the men's communities. What you're seeing is like the red pill community. You have MRAs. You have more than 7 different groups going on here. You
Oh
have
yeah.
with the red pill and what that deals with. Well,
Say
basically,
that.
we need a set up an ideology for us.
Okay, keep going.
It's what we're missing as a group.
Mr. E, you're cutting out and we're missing about half of what you're saying.
Uh, I'm getting huge lag behind.
Okay. Well, we'll be quiet and we'll let you say your piece.
Okay. Well, I've sat here and I've thought about this for a long period of time. What I want to basically set up is like a great male enlightenment. Basically summarized off the great enlightenment, where you see the separation from the church and the state. Well, basically we set up church and the state. Basically all well, now you're talking like from a male segment of society separated from the government and the government, and the whole principle of the foundation. Wow, this thing is just lagging behind. It's driving me nuts. I'm gonna try to jump back on. Give me a second.
Okay. Emmy, can you fire up your laptop?
It's on.
Okay. You have the gatekeeper function now.
Okay.
You're now my boast nerdly to Mr. Rush Limbaugh. It's a Cape Girardeau reference. Mr. E is back.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So far.
Hopefully you're not lagging anymore.
All right. To go back to my principle is basically the whole presumption of dealing this is separating men from government and church, that we become our own little segment of society.
Okay.
And the basic philosophy to this is responsibility without authority, by definition, is slavery. And yes, it's logical fallacy, but it's to work against them.
Okay. Keep going.
Well, it's the common ground. It's common ground between every groups because you got red pill married, you got red pill, MRA, black pill, MGTOW, monk. There's so many different groups. There's nothing that thread us together.
Well, you could always say that we share the red pill, and we share a fundamental understanding of Bruffeld's law. Now, how we've chosen to deal with those facts are different. You know, like the PUAs have chosen to take that knowledge and use it to get laid. The MRAs have taken that knowledge and used it as a basic or as a basis for their talking points in a political an attempt to change the policy using political means. MGTOWs have taken that knowledge and decided we're going to use it to develop a system that will protect us from the adverse effects of the world as it is.
My only issue with that is it's truth based off facts. Facts change between particular group and different belief. What I want to set up is a particular ideology that spreads to all of us, that we all can agree on this one point that makes us all work together. Anything else is what everybody else makes of it. But you understand, it's kind of what I see as the inner fighting between the groups.
Well, facts are facts. You know, up is up and down is down.
But that's the whole point of the logical fallacy that goes with
what logical fallacy are you speaking of?
Well, what I set up is, responsibility is authority without, by definition, is slavery. Well, I just summed up the definition is responsibility, well, authority. What the issues you see in society is what definitions are constantly changing. They either have to come on and say that's logical fallacy, and then they have to support why they have to say logical fallacy. Well, a person wanting to be free is not illogical, so they either have to come out for us or against us. There is no more middle ground that they say, well, maybe a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You have to give a little ground. This gives zero ground to give. They either have to come with us, they agree with us, or they don't.
And what would you call this new?
I would call it the Great Male Enlightenment. This is about the rights of male self-determination without the government and without the church having a say into our lives.
Okay.
Because it's basically the whole principle. The principle is based off the Great Enlightenment, what our founding fathers did in the 17th and 18th century when they decided to fight back against the crown. It's the whole same. It's basically, for the most part, the same kind of principles, but without the actual the fighting and the bloodshed. This is taking more of an ideological stand against what's going on. This is what we're missing as a group. We have facts, we have truth, we have philosophy, but what brings us all together as one? And I think most of us as men would agree, responsibility without authority, by definition, is slavery.
Yeah, nobody's going to disagree with you on that.
Well, that's where you just got the united as the whole group, and then you set behind that the whole idea of self-determination without, the church saying you have to do this to be a man, or the government saying you have to do this by a man. But as a group of men, we can decide what is right for us alone, without their say. This also gives us a way in with dealing with feminists and women, because we're not saying we're rejecting women, because I can see where they come with MGTOW and some of these other groups where it's almost a form of rejecting till the system changes. We're not saying anything about that. If the women decide to come walk with us, they can walk with us. If they don't, they don't. They can make their choices if they want to be involved with the church or not. We're saying this is just a group that individualized for ourselves and our needs.
Well, MGTOW is not a group.
Inevitably, it will be. You get enough push, like they did with the MRIs, it will turn into that. You're already seeing a push within the group doing that.
Well, there are those of us who will reject any type of a group or organization to
Well,
MGTOW.
but that's the whole
And
point. If it's an ideology, it means it's something we believe and we follow. We don't have to have. It goes back to
not,
what the Great Enlightenment. With the Great Enlightenment, there wasn't any one particular leader. It was an idea that spread. Instead of what you could pick off one man and the whole ideology stops, because that's what happens with MGTOW in each group. They're picking off individual members, the strong members, so we have to start and rebuild from the beginning. If it's an ideology set like that, they can sit there and pick off individual members. More people will step forward because the idea is solid.
well, we have at this point in time, I believe, herd immunity to picking off the bigger content creators, the stronger members, because there are hundreds and hundreds of content creators and thousands of people who watch the content and practice, whether it's, smashing and dashing, whether it's, monk, any of those. But there's so many people that are formally rejecting, and maybe not even formally rejecting marriage these days. You look at the numbers. We have a negative replacement rate. Bridal shops and jewelry stores are going out of business all over the place.
But there's no end game.
Well, the end game is it's got to fucking change, or we're not going to play. And
what you got to leave. Go ahead.
There's no gotta to it. You've got, and I use the word God. Duh, I'm such an idiot. The powers that be will eventually capitulate when our growth-based economy can no longer grow.
To a point, but you're already seeing that not working in Japan. How far are we going to take it? That's the real question. What is the actual optimum point of what we're trying to gain here? We have to give the church, the government, women an out for this. No matter what you say when it comes to MGTOW, because I am a monk at this point, but you have to give them out. If we're going to sit there and just draw a line and play a zero-sum game, this is going to turn nasty. We don't have to turn this nasty.
It's already nasty.
Oh, it can get much worse. Much worse. But why take it? Why not saying this is what we're due, this is what we're willing to do, this is what we are. If you work with us, we'll work with you. If you refuse, then we can say, because then we make them look like the aggressors. The whole point is to change the narrative of what's going on, because this is where we're getting beat in the press, in the public. They will continually beat us for this.
That's a symptom of our society. Men are always to blame.
No, but
men are expendable. That's part of the red pill truth. The society views us as expendable. We are the ones, we're supposed to protect, we're supposed to provide. Historically, that's what we've done, and they don't want us to stop doing it. And men, I believe, would be willing to go back to being protectors and providers as long as we had a social contract that benefited us. It doesn't benefit us right now. So people are saying, fuck it.
That's the point of the ideology, is give them the opportunity and give them the leverage to sit there and make them capitulate. Because right now, they don't have to capitulate. There's enough blue pill simps out there. There will always be enough blue pill simps up there that they will continue this. They will continue this for many, 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 many more generations. The whole point is to make them confront this, saying, you know what, this is what we are. This is what we do. If you're willing to work with us, we'll work with you. If you refuse to work with us, this is the outcome.
What you're describing is what they've tried to do in the MRA.
The whole point, but the MRA is backed up because they allowed women in. They brought in that intersectionality crap in. That's a complete utter failure, because I was there and I watched it. But we don't have to play by those rules. We can set up our own. That's the whole point. We as men, we say, we as normal men, this is our rules. This is the way we are. These are our tenets, and this is our ideology. Either with us or you're against us. If you work with us, we'll work with you. What we're saying is we're giving them the power By giving them the power, they look like the aggressors. They have to make the decision about what's going to happen.
I don't think giving them the power is a good idea.
They already have the power. That's the point. The whole point is the public perception of what's going on. Remember, when dealing with women and dealing with children, everything is about perception. So give them the perception. This is like Machiavellism 101. Do you understand the actual pattern and thought of the behavior that I'm actually sitting here and get this pushed forward? Because at this point, if they say, no, we won't do this, that makes them the aggressor. That makes them look like that. For the women who are sitting on the fence, for the men who are sitting on the fence, that will draw them to us. This is not, I always remind people, this is not something, promoting something.
Well, what position would you take? What demands would you make? What conditions must be met?
If they want those traditional roles for men, which I completely agree with, they have to give our responsibility back. We're the end keepers. We're the ones that make the decisions. We're the ones that hold everything up. That means we get the last say. And if they don't like it, we don't participate.
We have that much leverage.
We have that much leverage. We do all the labor. We're the ones that maintain society. If enough of us pull out.
But like you said, the proliferation of simps and blue coat people that means you'll never have leverage.
Yes, we will,
Right.
because this is where it comes in. If you sit there and you leverage them like that, they'll have to openly oppress us in public, not just say we're a bunch of misandrists or misogynists and label us as an extreme group. They will publicly have to come out against us, which means they will have
already are.
I'm talking they're going to have to go much further than that. They're going to have to come down and literally every man. Do you understand? The whole point of this is make them make a decision. If they decide to come out against us, they then have to come out against every man. If they come out against every man, well, isn't that how the United States was starting? That was the whole point. The whole point of the Boston Tea Party wasn't to throw the tea in the water. It was because they put what the church did and what the king did was put more economic oppression against the United States, against the common man. So now the founding fathers brought the common man into the fight. Now the common man is suffering. This is where we're missing. The common man isn't suffering.
Yes, they are.
Not to the point where it's uncomfortable yet.
Yes, it is.
Really?
You've been divorced, have you?
Yes. And know what?
Did you suffer?
Hard, very hard, because I stood on my own.
The suffering that we've endured by going through divorce is much worse than having a 3% tax on tea.
No, but but it wasn't just a 3% tax on tea. They banned firearms. They banned other products. They stopped, and they actually brought hardcore economic protections. That means the common man couldn't afford food. The common man couldn't afford the basic essentials of life. And that's the whole point of forcing this, is make them come down so hard that it starts bringing men all together. That was one of the principal foundations that the founding fathers used. Make them hurt us so bad that the men who sit on the fence, the men that don't want to be involved, have to get involved. This will work. It's worked before in our history. This is the only way it works. Otherwise, as long as people have food, they have water, they have electricity, they have an okay place to stay, these men will stay on the fence. That is just hard truth.
Who's going to be the leader?
Who says that's the whole point of there needs to be a leader. That was the whole point of the Great Enlightenment. There was no one particular leader. If they picked off George Washington, there was still Thomas Jefferson, there was still John Adams, there was still John Hancock, Thomas Paine. There were many levels of different men providing different things. So there doesn't need to be one leader. We just need to push the ideology. You actually got to have men that actually push the ideology. That's why I said that's the one thing that what we're missing as all these functioning groups within our community. That's what we're missing. That ideology that brings us all together.
Well, how do I have you ever listened to the end of my shows?
Well, yeah, always. I agree with it.
Every day I push no marriage, no cohabitation, no kids. That's how I sign off. Every day. That's the root that is the root of our of MGTOW.
But
What other message should I put?
I would put there, responsibility without authority, by definition, is authority. Give them nothing.
Okay.
Because if they get nothing, they'll have to come down harder on us. They have no choice. If they don't come down harder on us, they don't get what they need.
LOM may hit you with a copyright.
Yep. LOM is right on this. Give them nothing. The more we deprive them, the more the harder they come at us, the more that will join us. And the whole point is when I sit there, give them the power. This is what we represent. These are our tenets. These are our ideas. You either work with us or you don't work with us. You understand what I'm saying by making them the aggressor. This is it goes back to public perception. Not necessarily our narrative of how we speak, or how we speak I do enjoy. It's just how we actually frame ourselves is what's hurting us so bad. I mean, I don't like stating what Rollo Tomasi said, but he's right in this statement. Slavery, responsibility without authority is slavery. The only problem is they get to change the definitions. In our society, our definitions are always changing. And that's just the truth. MGTOW Smurf, I'm not angry. I'm just a very tense person. Believe me, if you want to see me angry, you probably don't. There's always a point to what I do. There's a point to how this comes through and how to do things. Because the way we promote, we look like what we're trying to do as a community right now is run things how the feminists run through. It's like a big free-for-all. Well, that works for women because they have their matriarchs and that's it. As men, we are a hierarchy. We all bow down to someone else. There's someone up higher in the food chain. That's just how we work. If we keep running as a free-for-all, right now, what we are right now will always be. We will never expand to more than what we are.
Well, who's the top of the hierarchy?
Well, hierarchies change all the time.
Okay.
I mean, we see it. What we do, what our military does. The next span up. So if one of us gets picked off by the ruling elite or by our politicians or whatever group, the next span steps in. Kind of like what goes back to the Great Enlightenment. When one of our men would get picked off, they would bring another man up. That means no man becomes bigger than the idea. No man is more important than the idea. The whole point of having the hierarchy is so men know who to follow and what ideas to follow. Because there's a point where what I deal with when I deal with Reddit and Facebook, every man thinks MGTOW is whatever it means. It's whatever you make of it. And that's not what MGTOW was started for. And it drives me nuts.
That's actually what I was planning on doing my stream on tonight.
Oh yeah, it drives me nuts. It's like MGTOW was about to break us from our roles as providers and as protectors, so we don't keep doing the same stupid shit. And then go, well, if you want to be married to be MGTOW, fuck no.
Well, there's 3 tenets to MGTOW.
Yep.
Marriage, no cohabitation, no children.
And I agree with it. I mean, it's a good starting block to deal with this issue, but I want to bring this to more because otherwise, I foresee in another 10 years, we're going to collapse in just like the MRAs did, because there's no specific thing that ties us all together. So every man wants to do whatever he wants, and we can do this and we can do that. And, that's not how you change things. Because then you have everybody doing their own thing, and no one's centering on what we're trying to do. And it's where we're kind of falling apart.
Well, what aspects do you disapprove of?
Personally, we need to do something about the black pills. I understand their views. Things are shit. It's going to get worse, but they're so negative. I always try what I always try to deal with them. I try to give them a little bit of the white pill because that's a community. Yes, it's bad now, but it won't always be bad. Will it be bad just in our lifetime? Maybe, maybe not. No one knows. But you can't just sit there and focus on the destruction and just give up and walk away, because then you're walking away from the other things that are good in life besides having family and kids. So they got to be dealt with. We got to deal with the pickup artists. I have no problem with the pickup artists in themselves if they're just telling the truth about the dating game and about women and everything else. But we got to deal with the grifters because you need to pay this amount of money to be a man. A man defines himself. No other man can define what another man is, and no government and no woman and no institution like religion can define what a man is. We got to stop letting them play these games.
Well, that's the thing is we have a bunch of people who seek external validation, and they allow the external group, to define them in terms of success, in terms of what a man is, or anything like that. They have internalized the external validation to be their true self-worth. And that goes against rugged individualism, which is, what you and I share.
Well, but that's the whole point of the ideology, because then all of a sudden it's men who are deciding what is. We're the ones that are seeking the validation from other men. We're seeking what is the appropriate behavior and cause to how we live our lives, instead of seeking out from government and religion, who are completely embedded with women right now.
I don't seek validation from any man.
It feels good for any man to walk up and shake your hand and tell you did a good job. We're all human in that regard. No way around that. So instead of letting others dictate for us, let us do the dictating.
Yeah, I don't. That's not who I am.
I know.
I will shake somebody's hand, but a long time ago, I realized that everybody who is trying to tell me good job of one thing or another has their own agenda. Like if your boss comes up and says good job, sure, it feels good on an emotional level, but what he's really saying is keep up the exceptional work so I can have more money, and you'll get paid the same.
You said good job. You said good job to me last night.
That's right. Your pay will remain the same.
Did you change my name again, Mr. Hemi?
No, but you guys kind of see where I'm getting at here. We actually need to do something here, because you know what? I'm tired of watching the infighting. And something I know I saw MGTOW was brought up many times. We're seeing just mass infighting, and some of this doesn't need to happen. The problem is we don't have that one thing that brings us all together. What is this one thing that makes us all the same? All of us are created equal. What is that one thing?
Well, we have certain inalienable rights.
But how many people have within our community, how many people actually have that education? You understand? This is why I said make a guiding principle of male alignment. It's just one simple principle. Every man, even lacking the education, can agree to that, because every man is freaking tired of being used.
Yeah.
I think it's worth promoting this. I mean, we're not saying this is the only one. I'm still saying when you're dealing with red pill married, or dealing with the MRAs, or you're dealing with straight red pill or MGTOW or monk, or all the other communities, they'll all have their own basic facts that deal with within their own belief system, which is fine. But the whole point is to keep that one commonality, because everybody says, well, the red pill is truth. Well, it's based on facts. The facts today may not be the facts the same in 20 years or 40 years or 50 years. The same fact, it will always be the same fact. It will always be fact that slavery without responsibility. Well,
What am I looking at?
Did we lose Brandon?
He turned his camera off.
Probably.
Oh, I do have ability to piss people off. I'm very good at it.
He drops off all the time. I don't know if it was that
Yeah,
or not.
yeah, no, it's a connection thing, or he got a phone call. He'll be back. He'll be right back.
Well, either way, I hope you guys are actually trying to understand and see where I'm at.
You may not get agreement, but you will be allowed to say what you have to say.
I come in like very late on all of it, so I don't know what was being said.
And now I'm back to echoing. Damn it.
I just don't see what's going to change to get the leverage.
Basically,
because we don't have it now as much
Nope.
as you say we do. We don't. You know, if you're not going to play the game, that's okay. There's 5 other dudes that will, until they get fucked over, and then
it means we need to make things much, much worse. Our leverage is perception. Our leverage is what our founding fathers did, because that's exactly what everything was perception.
Well,
if the average man suffers hard, more likely he's to get off the fence. Because that's what we see. We have a lot of men that you see are speaking out and saying, agreeing with a lot what we're saying, but they're sitting on the fence because there's no personal stake in it for them. What this will promote is a personal stake, because their life will become so painful they will either have to choose being completely oppressed or choose and fight against the oppression. Because that's basically what the founding fathers did. They made life so painful the average man had to sit there and choose and do something.
Yeah, but that was through insurrection. And be careful, Brett. Brandon won't agree if you're calling for insurrection.
That's not insurrection. Our ability to withdraw our resources, our ability not to do the work that's the most dangerous, that keeps society holds up, is our leverage. If enough men stop doing it, we don't need all men to do it. We just need a certain amount of men to do it. If enough and it becomes more painful, the government will have to put in rules to make us go back to work. Now you're forcing people. You understand? We want them to make those decisions, because right now they're not having to make those decisions because we keep willingly doing it. That's the power. I know it's a completely different thought, a different perception of how we're dealing with, but this is kind of what the founding fathers did. They depleted resources, and after they depleted resources, they made a big scene. Matter of fact, the suffragettes did the same thing. This works. This has always worked through history, because at that point, whether it's church or government or any other group, they have to come out and physically come after us. I know this is generally it's a perception of thinking that people are no longer taught. This is a perception of way of dealing with government and people. I always remind people, as men, our power is our labor. Period.
Mm-hmm.
If we withdraw that labor, they have to work with us, or they have to come after us. That's their choice. They will have no other choice. So that goes back to making things as painful as possible. Those of us who've been through nasty divorces, that have had to live that kind of life. Now imagine that hitting every man, not just a percentage of the population like us, but every man. That's going to create a lot of anger. You understand? This is why I said we actually got to get the average person to feel what we're feeling, get the average person to know what we're knowing, not just say, well, it's okay, I'll just rebuild and do better. It's a completely different line of thinking. But it goes back to, we got to find something that brings all our groups together. Otherwise, as MGTOW has pointed out, he hasn't directly pointed out, but there's just mass infighting between us. And know what? If we can't work together, how can we sit there and confront those who are working against us?
I'll be at 9.
And yeah, I see Yellow Fever. This is not This is not copium. This is about a specific line of thinking and how to do things so we can sit there and combat what's coming after us. Because right now we're labeled as misogynists and extremists. They're actually labeling us wanting our own right to self-determine as extreme. And we're losing that narrative. We continually lose that narrative. Something has to be done to change that. Because until we change that, they will be able to keep us, and they will keep removing us from YouTube and all these other places because they see that as the extreme. Wow, stunning silence.
Sorry, I'm chopping vegetables.
Hey, Henry, how you doing, Henry?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, wait. Take it.
How was Reno, Monkey?
Fun. Well, fun.
Fun, yeah. Did you go casino?
I don't like casinos.
I went casino. Did you win, Monkey?
I don't know. I don't like casinos. What's my money?
Like I said, man, I come in at the last minute. I have no idea what we're talking about. So,
yeah, what are we talking about?
What's been discussed before I got here?
Outlaw, I was talking about basically starting an actual ideology within our group, something that binds all our groups together, that make us work for a common purpose. Instead of like, we have at least 7 different groups working within the manosphere, and we all have our own purposes, our own goals, but there's nothing that unites us together, nothing that gives us one solid voice that we can counteract what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge part. You pointed out there's huge fights between our groups. Whether you're talking between MRAs or Red Pill Married or the Red Pill community or MGTOW or Monk, you see infights that go back and forth. Well, you can't get married, you can't do this, or you can't do that. This whole idea, the point of putting that whole ideology together is this is the one thing we can all agree on. This is something that we can all come together and work towards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got another one. You can't get laid on if you follow this make that community.
I can't understand you.
That's a fight for community. They make that can't get laid because oh nothing and shit like that. Yeah. Yeah, Ron on here.
Well, here comes the pig.
Moist, 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 moist.
I was fixing to say. I was fixing to say. I think you guys missed something.
We missed.
I would never forget.
We missed.
You missed RO.
Results was here.
Yeah. Most of the morning.
Hey, what are you making there, Hemi?
Oh.
Hey,
Fruit
Moki.
salad.
Well, it's. I'll say this: it's like what Rhino's saying here. You got to understand this community is full of independent thinkers. It's full of independently thinking men. There is no leaders in MGTOW whatsoever. You're on your own with this philosophy. Now you have men in this community that will guide you, that will give you advice that they've had that can help you. But this is not a group effort, you know, as far as we got to go out here and we got to change the entire world. As far as I'm concerned, brother, there is no changing this. I don't see how you change a system that's been embedded in several generations of people over the last few decades. I mean, if you change the laws tomorrow, you still got to deal with the outfalling of all of these women who feel entitled. Then you've got to deal with the generations growing up after them that's been taught this. You've got several generations to go through of separating them from these teachings and ideologies before any of this ever starts to make change. And that's going to require a universal effort on every human being's part, but that's not going to happen.
To make a solid point, the Magna Carta was first signed in 1215. It took 560 years for the Constitution to come into reality. This is not a fight that we're going to win in our lifetime, or our son's lifetime, or our great grandson's lifetime, or anything that's even near it. It's going to take a very long time, and you're right. It's going to take a huge transformation of the system. The whole point of the Great Enlightenment was to end slavery. It took hundreds of years to promote that idea and get it out. The whole point was in that it was a common ideology. There was a commonality between all men. This is what I'm speaking about. I'm not talking about changing the 7 different groups that are moving right now, or changing tenets for each one, or their beliefs. What I'm talking about, ideology that speaks to all of us so we can work together. Because we don't work together, like Ryan, you put it up there. Ryan said, we don't work together. We have independent thinkers. I want you to go back to what our first Continental Congress was, the one that one of our founding fathers brought up. They sat there and they fought with each other for years. You had many voices, and know what? Over time and working together, they came up with the fundamentals. And this is what it's going to take. I like MGTOW. MGTOW is a good answer, but it can't be the end answer, because that's what's hurting us. There's no end game. What is our end game for each one of these men's groups? What are we trying to promote? Isn't a promotion of the male's right to self-determine what his fate is? Isn't that not what the fate that started back in 1215? The men to decide what is right for them. This is nothing more than the continuation of that. I know this goes over a lot of people, and they don't have quite the educational system to deal and understand this, but this is what it fundamentally breaks down to. And the only thing is, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to change what each group represents. I just want to bring everybody together so we can sit there and say, this is what our baseline is. This is how we can all work together. We can all agree on this one thing. Now, what else can we agree to? Because right now, I always put it this way: if MGTOW's ultimate goal, the government, women, churches will always sit there and work against us, because we're depriving the system of resources. We're also depriving them of people. We're depriving them of childbirth. So they have to come out against us. Now we have to give them an avenue that says, if you work with us, you do what we want, you will get this. The carrot and the stick.
The problem is the women.
Women will go where the women.
Yeah, no, but it's the TSM. It's what TSM thing. You must take the right away.
Well,
the perceived right.
Women will go where the resources are. So if men are depriving government and organized religion of resources, they will have to come back to us. It won't be a choice. Do you understand? This is about, I said, we have far more leverage than we think. We just don't use it.
I agree.
Because right now,
But
if more than a third of men walk away from the labor force, our system starts collapsing. That is a point blank truth. They can't. This is what they're scared of. So let's make that nightmare for them come true. In that process, they will have to come down on us harder. But by coming down on us harder, that will bring the average man who doesn't want to fight, into the fight. In other words, you're taking away from people being fence sitters. You're taking away from people who don't want to be involved, and you're making them become involved. And that's how you change things. And know what? I always put this way: this promotion, this idea won't just work in the States or in Western Europe. This idea can be breached across every portion of the world, because you will find most men will agree to that idea. I know this because I've talked to men from every point in the world, and I've gotten complete agreement on it.
that question, have you ever read World War C?
World War III only works if two men are
No, no, no,
willing.
no. World War C. The World War Zombie. The Zombie War of Max Brooks' book. I want you to read that. Oh my God. Yes, one of the problems is these liberal men need to get backbone. And some of these guys, like, we need like a zombie apocalypse to happen, and like to shake them hard enough, smack them hard enough to realize that, hey man, they're going back. You'll be good. Like, and read a book called World War Z. You will understand. Hello?
I haven't heard anything from Brandon since he came back.
I was
Mike?
letting you guys go. You were on a
Oh,
roll.
okay.
And then I didn't understand a word Moki was saying.
Yeah, neither did I.
Oh, the book. It's a book, World War Z. Have you ever read it?
World War what?
The
Z,
book.
like in the zombie movies?
Yeah.
I don't find that's a logical place to begin any type.
Well,
No, it's no. You must take everything away from a woman. The zombie did that, and patriarchy was returned, and all the fishermen were killed too.
Yeah, but that's fiction, Moki.
Yeah, I know. We might have the same event happen, not zombie, but some like World War III situation. I know. Oh.
I think it's important to understand that for a lot of these men, this is a finalized decision on as far as men and women goes. They've checked out. They no longer wish to interact with women whatsoever, and they have probably a lot of them have no further desire to try to save this men and women dynamic society either. I mean, I see a lot of these men who have moved on and now they're living life for themselves. I mean, I ask the question all the time, and I'm going to ask it here. Where's the obligation? What is our obligation as men to continue this species or to marry these women in the first place? I'm as a man, I'm constantly told that leave us alone. We don't desire you. We don't want you. But yet you have priorities placed upon you to accommodate them. Where is the connection coming from? This is a finalized decision for a lot of men who no longer wish to interact with women. You know, it's not my, and this may sound black pill to me, but it's not my problem that women don't want to fall in line in the West. I don't see an obligation to try to fix this. It's going to collapse because it's been in motion long before I was born. What do you say? I mean, yes, there's a lot of people who would like to fix this and see the dynamics change, but at this point, I don't see it happening. I don't see men and women getting back together and changing for the greater good. A lot of people haven't woke up yet to the fact that there's even a problem to it. So I don't feel an obligation to try to fix this. I live my life on my own terms and conditions, and you know, it just is what it is, man.
That's not the point of the ideology. The ideology is to make men come together. The center point, the whole reason that's important is, yes, the system is probably going to collapse. These things are going to happen. The real question is what comes after. This is the problem that anyone you deal with, that this is not being dealt with the community. This is going to happen. If MGTOW, even with this ideology that I'm promoting, even without that, MGTOW will bring these things. The laws will change. The government will come down on us. So the question is what are we going to do about it? And I see you, Yellow Fever. This is not some weird shit. This is ideas that have been promoted through history long before you. You obviously lack knowledge in this specific area. So please stop personally attacking. Now, dealing with the other, how do we sit there? You sit there and you go, well, the common man, as long as he has food, the basics, essentials, this is how they're keeping men rigged in the system. They're keeping them comfortable. As long as they keep them basic comfortability, they will never have to sit there and face what's going on, which means this will always continue. That was the whole point when the founding fathers did. They made it so freaking uncomfortable, people had to make a choice. What is your choice? I get it. This is not going to change in our lifetimes. It's not going to change in our grandkids' lifetimes. It's not even probably going to change in 150 years. This is going to go on for a long time. But the real question is, if we're the seeds of this idea, where do we want this idea to go? What do we want to actually make happen? What changes can we actually do that can make a difference? Just the ability to sit there and say all men are created equal, that responsibility without authority is slavery, promotes us and builds us all together. In enough time, you spread the idea, just like we did to end slavery, or supposedly end slavery, that idea will spread. Is it going to take one generation? It's going to take who knows how long. But the whole point, there has to be a fruition to this, because at this point, it just becomes us versus them. If we want to take this and change things, this is the way to do it. Otherwise, we pull enough men keep pulling out of society, the laws will get harsher, things will continue, and nothing will change. And things will get even worse. If you think this is the worst, I've been to some of the worst places in the world. This is not even close to being bad. What are you going to do when you try to resist? Are you going to do the same thing the Venezuelans did after they lost their guns and their rights to have a voice? Now they have street hookers walking down the street selling themselves, and those are women who were doctors. These were people who were accomplished in life. Now they can't even make the basic ends meet because they let things go too far. Because they didn't sit there and promote the idea over what they were trying to do. The whole point is the idea is more powerful than any man. It's powerful than any group. It's more powerful than anything that can be formed. Through history, this has been the most game-changing thing. Whether you talk about Yeshua or Buddha or Havamal, they all promoted things like this.
If you want this to come to fruition, you have to get a universal appeal, that's going, so you will get all men coming together. You can't just say, we need to do it. You have to actually figure out how to do it. So what what is that thing that's a universal appeal? Because what you said, everybody knows. Nobody wants to be a slave, but here we are accepting indentured servitude, which is a form of slavery.
We keep doing what we're doing,
You
passive
know,
resistance. Because what MGTOW is, what most of these men's communities are, is passive resistance. How can we sit there and create this? We continue to push along the passive resistance. We don't have to become violent. By us just depleting our resources and making them come down harder on us, will
no,
make
but you're explaining what we've got to do, but you're not giving, you're not giving
the same thing I tell every man. Aren't you tired of being used?
oh yeah,
Well,
everybody
there you
will agree
go.
with that. Everybody's going to agree with that, but how are you going to frame it?
Just like that.
How are you going to publish it? How are you going to spread the word?
Well, that's why I came to you guys, because this is just the formation, just the start of it. I'm not the end all, nor do I want to be the end all, because if by some miracle they figure out and they start actively doxing me, it means the end of it. The whole point is to promote the idea. You get enough people to promote the idea, it spreads.
But that's kind of already what we're doing.
To a point, but you have so many different communities pointing out different philosophies that the whole point of the end of male usury, the end of male slavery gets lost. It becomes, I want to do this and I want to do that. It's what's getting lost. I mean, I hate the Rollo Tomasi was fucking right. Rollo Tomasi, he drives me nuts, but he's completely right when he wrote his book. This is something we have to directly hit on. Because there you sit there, well, people will say, well, you have to do something dynamic or public or something. No, just being passive resistant can change it. No, is it going to change in what goes back to, is it going to change in one lifetime or 10 lifetimes? No, but in enough time and enough resistance, in and itself will change everything. Now, see, the whole point of doing it this way is just like what Buddha and Yeshua and have them all did. They'll pick out one, the people who are opposing us will pick out a leader, and then they'll make a public spectacle of it. And that will be their end. Because remember, after Yeshua was crucified, 60 years after, the riots started. I always remind people when I'm sitting here talking about, I'm following in the men who followed before me. I'm just following their ideas and bringing them to the next step. Nothing more. This is not even my ideas. This is just a fruition of ideas. Fruition ideas that have been going for 2,000 years. So when you sit there and you deal with a man, ask him, you just walk up, the same thing I've done. I've talked to men from Iran to Armenia to Mongolia. Aren't you tired of being used? Now, you don't have to sit there and get violent. What are you willing to take away from them? What are you willing to suffer with to sit there to get to this, to help what other men, to help this idea? Because you don't have to sit there and go up and be violent and do destructive things. How about instead of doing the most dangerous work, you just do the work that makes you comfortable with? You sit there and you start depleting the system. I know
that's what many of us are already doing.
You're missing a portion of it because you're not teaching people to be Spartan. You still have guys are concerned, I need to make money, we need to do this. You got to sit there and you actually push the idea that, if you have food, you have water, you have electricity, you're living comfortably, you're better than 2/3 of the people on the planet. Stop worrying about the money. Start worrying about how you live. Instead of the work being more important, how you live is more important. What you leave behind is more important. See, this is a whole complete different approach to the ideologies that we're missing. Because every man you hear that, well, this is what I achieved, and this is what I did in my life, and this is how great I am. Well, honestly, none of us are named Gaius Julius Caesar or Emperor Qin or Alexander the Great. None of us are going to be remembered. It's all irrelevant. What is relevant is what we're leaving behind. That does get missed within every one of those male communities. It's great. I'm complete.
One of the things that I say quite often is improve yourself for yourself.
But what does that
And
really entail?
what that means is don't, seek external validation. Don't live, the consumerist. Don't feed the beast. If you want to enjoy the spoils of your labor, whatever they may be, should be up to you to decide how your enterprise and efforts and labor, are divided up, whether that's in money or, whether you've decided to spend on something. That's your choice. Or you can save it and buy land and become a homesteader like I'm doing.
But you're still feeding into the system, which is supporting the very system that's hurting you. You gotta deprive them. That's the only way it works. It's the same thing that the founding fathers did.
You don't get it. I am depriving them. I've got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and a minor degree in electrical engineering. I used to work for the military industrial complex. I'm not fucking ever going to go back to an office and give my labor to support that which I find to be an abomination upon mankind. It's the fucking highest level of corruption, but it's not alone. There's corruption in every fucking facet of life that I've found out the more my eyes have been opened.
So what stops you from becoming a vaquero?
Well, I have a certain amount of money that I have to spend to set myself up in a homestead that will last me until I die. Once I have that homestead paid for, then I will no longer have to engage with the system. I will be completely self-sufficient. But I'm starting from zero. I had a business in Ukraine that I basically lost everything before when the Russians invaded. I'm starting from scratch. I've got 6 acres on a place where I can sustain myself with food that grows in nature, even without planting a garden. Then I have certain hobbies that I want to do. One of those is getting back into ultralight aviation. That's what I like to do. It's my fun place. And I also need to be able to pay my taxes, which are $200 a year. They're nothing. So they don't take this land away from me. And to do that, I have to set up some type of a nest egg.
You're still giving the system resources.
Try it. Try going and sitting on some land somewhere in the United States without paying taxes.
Well, that's the point. This is why
you will be arrested. I'm not going to be arrested.
Well,
you got to face reality on a lot of this stuff. If you fuck around too much, they'll say you're not playing the game and you will go to jail. And nobody's going to rise up and say Brandon Trueblood didn't pay his taxes, so he went to jail. They're just fucking put me in jail and take my shit. And there's nothing I can do about it because there's one of me and a million of them. You got to be realistic.
There's a point of realistic, but you're still promoting the system because you're still buying land, you're still having to build into the system, which gives them more resource. The whole point of the living like a vaquero or Ronin is you just live for yourself. There is how you're doing now. Why do you need land? You live in a truck. Honestly, that's
I don't want to live my life in a truck.
But you already do.
So this is a means to an end. I have a plan. I'm working towards that goal. That is my goal.
One of the few things I promote within the system, I always have a bob packed, I always have a duffel bag packed, and be ready to pick up a move when you need. Because nothing in life is more important than yourself and everything you can leave behind.
I don't want an 80-year-old Brandon Trueblood driving a truck, man.
So the real question is, is it what your end is? Do you want to die in a nursing home all alone, or would you rather be out doing what you love and dying on your feet?
I'm not going to die in a nursing home. I'm going to die on in my forest.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Didn't work that way.
Well,
that's why I said this is what has to really come to a fruition here is we really got to withdraw our resources. We got to promote the ideology that brings our group together. Otherwise, in 10 years, this will fall apart, this will drop, and this will start all over again, and nothing will change. None of what we did will matter, and this will all be irrelevant. And I don't want us to be irrelevant. I think society is better as male dominated. We are better suited when men are able to do what men do. And the long as we we comply to these systems and work within the way they're telling us how to work, even passively, it's going to continue on. It's a hard lesson. It's a hard truth, but it is what it is.
May I chime in?
Yeah.
It sounds to me like you're advocating for men to reach their breaking point en masse before conditions get bad enough for men to reach their breaking point en masse. And I don't know how you convince men to do that.
Well, it's simple. We promote the idea. This idea goes out to most men, and then we make the conditions so harsh, these men fall back on the idea.
You got to back up, asshole.
Because at that point, you got to understand, no matter which way it goes at this point, the way society is going, they're going to come down even harder on all of us. Have no doubt in that. This is not even the beginnings of it. So the whole point is, this is going to happen. What is our ultimate outcome? If we promote this idea, enough men do this, enough men will get angry. What will they do if 10,000 men stand up and say no?
That's the trick.
Well, that's the whole promotion of the idea, to promote this idea, to promote the idea of the great male enlightenment, the right to to choose your destiny. Because that's basically what government, women, religion do. They take away that component. You must comply to this. You must do this. You have no choice. And what the point of male enlightenment is to give that choice. Because most men will take the choice of, I'd rather be free than serve them. Whether the point where you sit there, we don't want to bring it to a tipping point. At some point, it's going to come to a tipping point. Do I think it's going to happen in our lifetime? Probably not. Is it going to probably start happening in our children's and our great-grandchildren's lifetime? Probably, especially with the other problems our governments have caused in this process. This is kind of taking advantage of the situation that they've caused. So this is the easy way to put in the political sense, since others have put the political sense. If men walk away, it means the important work that holds up society doesn't get done. That work that holds up society is some of the best paying jobs in society. So they're not collecting taxes. Now we have a $30 trillion debt. You understand, if men walk away, all that collapses. There is nothing they can do to stop it. They are dependent upon us, period. There's no choice. So that's our leverage. That is directly our leverage. So the whole point is promoting the idea like that is to give men that leverage, to give them the idea. Is it going to change within a year or 10 years? No. But the idea is at some point, when men get pushed far enough, they'll drop back to this idea. And that will make men start working together.
Okay. Promote it, see who you can convince and get on board, and viva la revolution.
Well, it's not even, it's a silent, you've heard others say it. We're in the midst of a silent rebellion. That's what MGTOW, that's what MRAs, that's the whole point of it. Go against what the religion and feminists and government do. It's a mass of men silently rebelling. The whole point is to bring us all together. And yes, I've been promoting this. I've been promoting this for the last couple of years. I've just done it not on a page or done it on a stream like this. Usually I work behind the scenes. I usually work with young men like 18, 19, 20.
I'll be right back. I'm lost.
I'm not taking down any of the creeds of what each group says. I think MRAs do have a portion and a segment to serve within the male community because they are the political action part of our arm. Now, Red Pill Married are important because they promote family ethics and values. The red pill community in itself is important because it's telling the truth based on the fact of what's going on. MGTOW is important for the men that are tired and getting destroyed. Monk are tired for the men who are tired and want to walk away. Now, it goes back to what I've said before. What brings us all together? Because right now we're sitting there. You got MGTOWs fighting with MRIs. You got everybody fighting with everybody. And I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting to the point. I'm just going to walk away and let you guys collapse. This idea will bring this forward. Now, is it going to be just me promoting the idea? It can't be. This has to be everybody. It goes back to what the Great Enlightenment is. The Great Enlightenment took off because everybody started promoting leader. It took hundreds of years to get it done, but it got done. This is what I get tired when I deal with this group. Everybody wants instant gratification. There will be no gratification that comes for any of us. This is going to hurt. No way out of it.
May I ask a question?
Go for it.
With your plan of action on the scale that you're describing it necessary to be effective, what would you say is the role of women in this plan?
Nothing. Women will go to where the resources are.
The reason I ask, MRA started out strong, and then they were infiltrated by women. And when that happened, they ceased to make any headway whatsoever with public opinion, the courts, the legislatures. When women got involved in the MRA movement, they were essentially neutered. Would you agree or disagree?
I 100% agree. I was there when I watched it. I butted heads with Paul Elam over this. Women can listen
Yes, sir.
in. Women can hear in. Women should not have a damn voice in our community. I don't give a shit what male part of the male community is. They should have no say. Because you know what? At the end of the day, when the buck stops, the buck always stops on a man.
I agree, but it has also been my observation that where men go, women are going to follow, whether they're invited along or not. And the type of action that I'll just call it, I won't call it a philosophy, I won't call it a movement, I will call it a plan of action, if that's okay with you.
No, go for it.
The plan of action that you suggest, and I don't disagree, it will be highly effective in changing a lot of the status quo that we experience. The trick is getting there. But if it were starting to gain ground and headway, how long before women mobilized and infiltrated, involved themselves in that plan of action and derailed the F out of it? Because just based on my limited experience and observation, I foresee that as a real possibility.
Well, this is why I set it up as like in the great enlightenment. This is the great male enlightenment. It's the separation of church and government. Well, right now with church and government, women side with them because they're getting their resources from them. Now, setting up men as our own independent structure, it means we deal with ourselves. We're separate from the church and government. So if women want to come deal with us, they can deal with us, but it's our say. Just like when government deals with women, they have their say. When women deals with the organized religion deals with women, it's organized religion's say over women. That's what we have to do. You want to follow us, that's fine. You want to listen in, that's fine. But it's our way, period. There's no middle ground. That was the problem with the MRAs. They thought they could compromise. They thought they could work with them. There is no working with women on this resource because that is hypergamy. Hypergamy says women will gather resources at all costs. This is also playing off their hypergamy. If they want our resources, they have to do what we say. And know what? This has to be explained to other men. Your power comes from your labor. Your power comes from your resources. That's our power. So let's start using it and leveraging it.
Well, I'm not going to say it doesn't sound good.
Oh, it's going to take more, Trace. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just saying. I'm not going to say I disagree with your motivations and a lot of your points about how to take back the power. But in my opinion, the history of humans and many civilizations that have come and gone, uh, you know, the majority has always been governed and ruled by a minority, and that minority is rarely benevolent, equitable, or just. It's we just fail as a species in that regard, and being an amateur student of history, I just ask myself the question: okay, what do you do different so that's not the way of things? And I don't have the answer. I don't pretend to.
I don't ever foresee that ever changing. There is always going to be a ruling majority. There is always going to be a underclass. That is just how our society is. There has to, for a top, there has to be a bottom.
Thank you.
Whether it's capitalism or communism or any other system, that's how it's always rigged. My whole point is to put men back in charge, because the whole point of putting men back in charge is we worry about right and wrong. So generally, if you put a decent man in power, the right thing has a tendency to prevail. And if not, the whole point of putting in the system is with the next man up is if we run into someone who's a problem, we can remove them. I know I get a lot of people who are about the egalitarianism and all those wonderful ideas in the world, but through history they've always failed. They will always fail because it's all that is based off perception. You got to base things when you're doing these kind of things. You have to base them on facts and an idea that can hold true through time. Because let me tell you, what they sit there. What the problem is when men say they're egalitarian, it means they believe that women should be in war and women should be doing certain things. They're, without a doubt, these should be male-oriented jobs. We are built for this, just like they're built for certain jobs. With egalitarianism, everybody can do everything, and that is just insane. It's where we're getting all these problems coming into our society. It kind of goes into what roles we're expected to fill. Men are expected to fill the same roles they did for hundreds, if not for tens of thousands of years, but women can do whatever they want. Well, that's the whole problem coming from egalitarianism. If we move as a group, we have to. If we're going to promote an idea, you have to move as a group. Otherwise, you leave people behind, which creates animosity. Again, that goes back to the infighting we see between the groups. And also, as a point with this kind of ideology, it gets rid of elitism. Elitism is a big problem within our community. Well, I achieved this, and I did that, and I did this. You know what? A lot of the founding fathers were ruffians. Some of them were just downright nasty men. But look at the great deeds they did. I know it's a whole. What I'm sitting there talking about is fundamentally pushing an idea that changes everything: how we see ourselves in society, how we see ourselves as men, how we see ourselves interact with society itself. I'll take something even further because people scream at Brandon for gatekeeping. I'm glad he gatekeeps. You know what? We need to gatekeep for men. Period. This is what we are. This is what we do. This is what we're meant to do. This games that we're seeing every other group play, this intersectionality and changing everything, that words mean different things, is a huge problem. And it's seeped in even into our own community. Now, MGTOW means you can do whatever you want just as long as you feel like a man. No, that's not what MGTOW was started for. And then just say the record, I am a MGTOW monk. I always kind of label myself as an accidental MGTOW monk. I just got tired and walked away. But I agree with the fundamental tenets. I will agree with the fundamental tenets forever. But the fundamental tenets, as me being a middle-aged middle-aged man is not going to be, it's not going to have the same kind of focus as a man who's in his 20s. It's kind of something we're missing it within our communities, that men at different stages of life with different educations, different backgrounds. And this is where these problems are coming from. Because I don't expect people to have gone through college or gone through the same things. I hope Brandon or any one of you who've gone through, your roads have been different, your stories have been different, your experience has been different. And because of that, that shapes your reality. And that shaping that reality means everyone is going to sit there and argue with each other. So the whole point it goes back to is, what is our commonality? That was the whole point of Yeshua. That was the point to have them all. That was the point of Buddha, to bring commonality. That's where the power comes from in this. Because frankly, I'll keep pushing. I keep promoting MGTOW. I go out. I don't just drop little red pill like other people do. I just drop bombs on people saying, this is the way it is. Imagine life without men. I don't want to live in a world without men or strong masculine men. Everything will go to shit real quick. And I've lived through shit. I don't ever want to go back to it. I would rather die than go back to it. And this is the kind of things you need to sit there and impart on other men. This is not the worst it is. It gets worse.
Looks like he dropped out again.
Who dropped out?
The host.
Oh boy.
There's nothing what I'm promoting here is extreme, is to deal with the people in the chat. There's nothing extreme here. Extreme would be trying to separate us out from society. This is why society is attacking us, because we are separating ourselves. We're not giving them an option. As long as we don't give them an option, the attacks are not just going to continue. They're going to get worse. What I'm giving it is an avenue for us. Something that
Yeah. Did he drop out? Saki dropped out. Nope, he's still here.
Yeah.
if you're going to sit there and take on the system, you got to have an idea what you're going to do once you take on the system. If you're just going to take on the system, what you're calling me is what you're doing. You know what? That's what feminists do: project and deflect.
Well, they've been considerably successful over the years.
Well, I agree, but that's the whole point. We got to start changing. People, when I say we got to change the narrative, I'm not talking about how we speak. I'm talking about what we speak on. I love the fact that everybody's crude.
Well, brother, you just served up a 40-ounce ribeye. It's going to take some time to digest.
Oh no, I know I'm promoting some hard ideas, something that most people don't concern about. But you know what? Some of it needs to be talked about, because at this point we're helping men, but we're kind of hurting them too, because we're not giving them any hope. The most important thing you can give a man is hope. Once you give man hope, he can literally achieve just about anything once he puts his mind to it, but it has to be there. And I always sit there, when I'm sitting here, I'm talking about, this is not something I made up on my own. I'm following men who came before me. These are men who had great ideas in the past. I'm just continuing that idea, nothing more. This is why I said the hopes is to push these ideas, because if enough men start speaking enough that way, start what's passively resisting the system, that's when real change comes. Because right now we have no passive resistance. People are just walking away. That's not going to do anything. It's great for individual survival, but what do you do after the point of individual survival? Most of us here have already survived. We went through the courts. We went through everything. So what now becomes for us that's sitting in this community is, what are we doing for the men that follow behind us? Are we narcissistic and just take care of ourselves? Or do we sit there and promote an idea so the men following behind us can follow us?
And when we resist and rebel in the fashion I think you're describing, I could be mistaken, but when that happens and consequences come, who's going to band together and say, no, you can't bear down with your authority and your retribution on this individual because we agree with him?
We won't have to do anything. Just like what happened in Boston and New York, riots just started popping up. Men started just saying no together. They don't even have to work together, because it will push men that far.
Are you referring to Antifa?
No, I'm referring to like the Adams, like John Adams, the actual founding fathers. What they originally did, they made life so uncomfortable, people started rioting in the streets, which led to one of the Adams placing a pig's head on a governor's chair, which started the first Continental Congress, which started the first. You understand, this is a step through of actions. For every action they're taking, we take an opposite and equal reaction. So if they do this, we do that. So every time they come down harder, they'll have to come down harder, not just on us as a small group of men, they'll have to come down on all men. Now, you get enough of the average man working hour saying, I can't take this anymore. Well, silent rebellion becomes a public rebellion. That's why I said a lot of issues I see in this community is everybody wants instant gratification. For those of us who've been married and been through the system, that shouldn't even be a worry about us anymore. We survived. This is what it is. Now, for the men falling behind us, they want it fixed now. Well, it's just not going to happen. And we got to start there and start enlightening them to this path. Because you know what? Nothing will ever change. This will repeat. This will repeat in 10 years. This will repeat in 20 years. This will repeat in 30 years. We have been watching this for now 50 years. It happened. These re-evolutions keep happening every 10 years. Yes, yellow. What I'm promoting is scary. But even if you pull up your little pink tidy whities and tied your little yellow tennis shoes, I'm sure you can and accept responsibility and obligation and help your fellow man instead of being a dick.
Well, sir, it's all definitely food for thought.
That's what I'm here to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Because if this kind of thing gets promoted, it can't just be promoted by one man. It cannot just be promoted by one group or one set of whatever you want to call it. It has to be. You got to get individuals to promote it. You got to get others to actually put it forward. So if one of us does get knocked off, because despite whatever people believe, you see members in our community get picked off and they got to rebuild from the beginning. The whole point is when the ideology takes off, you don't have to rebuild because the idea is spread. And it's what we're failing at. You see people like Hammer or Chronic, they get taken down. They have tens of thousands of people, boom, gone. Got to start over, beginning again. So it means they just limited to the people that you get to. Now, if you have 10,000 men all promoting 10,000 of the same idea, that almost gets to the point of being unstoppable. I mean, if you look at the fundamentals of any philosophy, idea, or a spiritual belief, they've all followed this precedent. Well, I'm surprised. I've only pissed off one person. Usually I piss off a whole group of people. You speak on uncomfortable truths. You speak on uncomfortable ideas. People usually come out against you. A very hard lesson I've learned in life.
Well, this particular platform that True Blood has provided for us, in my experience, has not been a place where people come to infight, hate on each other, dismiss each other. That, that just doesn't happen here. And it's not because there are any kind of harsh rules like toe the line or we'll boot you, ban you, blah, blah, blah. It's just that's not what True Blood built on his individual platform here. I've never seen that. People talk, people disagree, but rarely does it escalate into emotional hysteria. People that come here are willing to hear each other out, trade ideas, and it's all good. It's a good space. So,
yeah.
That's my experience anyway.
How y'all doing today? How's everybody doing?
Is that
Good
something?
afternoon. That's Red Pill in the Wind.
Oh, it's in the wind. Gotcha.
Yeah.
What up, brother?
Nothing much. It's not what you say; it's how you say it. Like I've been for my channel. I've had my fair share of strikes. I just learned how to adapt with it to where every other one or two guideline updates, only about 2 or 3 of my videos get knocked down. And the way I say it in a convoluted way on my channel, but I'm gonna say right quick, blunt, and in the face. The thing is, things aren't bad enough. Like you said, Mr. E, things ain't bad enough for men. Basically, we have to do what we can to make things bad within the parameters of the law. We have to be the wheel, that's the squeaky wheel that needs the grease. We have to be a thorn in the lion's paw. And it's like we have to understand the parameters of the law so that we don't get our channels or don't get ourselves wiped out. The reason, I'm not afraid of the FBI because I know the FBI can't. I don't say anything to tip the FBI off, But I do. But I'm still effective in leaving a message. I learned how to do that over time because I knew eventually the FBI, the FIB or FBI was going to eventually start clamping down on certain channels. Because there's no way. I mean, look. I started this about 5 years ago, and I said, "There's no way that when people talking to stuff, that somebody's not that the FBI is not going to start clamping down, with their emotional BS." So, within a few years, I had to figure it out. Says, okay, I got to be at least 5 steps ahead for my channel's sake, for my message sake. Just, I have to be 3 to 5 steps ahead of them. You have older videos that are going to get knocked down, but only a few of them.
This is why I speak on changing the narrative. The reason I say we have to change the narrative is because we've been labeled as an extremist group. The next step after being labeled an extremist group is a hate group. The minute they're able to label us as a hate group because we won't change our narrative, they'll take us out. There won't be any YouTube. There won't be any Rumble. There won't be any of us. They've just showed their hand a few years ago doing this. This is why I said we got to start doing things differently, and we got to start getting our groups to work together. Otherwise, within 10 to 15 years, none of this is going to exist because they're just going to wipe us out because they'll just label us directly as a hate group. Gone.
You know what I've been saying? You know what? Don't repeal the event. I told them, don't repeal the event. It's not, because I know eventually, like I said, I told them, I get on my channel, I say, don't repeal these. Do not repeal women's rights. Don't repeal them. Just don't involve yourself with them. Just don't get hooked up. Just don't get hitched up. I mean, I say they're strong. I mentioned this is the very words that they've said themselves. They're strong and independent and don't need no man. So they obviously don't need.
Continue for half a mile.
And I basically said, I mean, it may seem like self-deprecation, but I say this. If you don't need me, then I'm pretty soon I'm going to be obsolete. So I'll just be obsolete on my own corner. You can live the rest of your life obsolete on your own corner, in your own residence. Just based on all you got to do is just focus on how you're going to live. I've said that before. Said no reason to get mad. There's no reason to be the state of repeal rights. No, at this point, what's the point of repealing the rights? You repeal their rights, they're just going to show more vitriol. Give 1 second, I'm going to a way station. Oh, bypass. Okay, but if you repeal the rights, it's just going to sow the seeds of vitriol for you. It's just. I mean, even if you get hooked up, and they're just going to be angry. So let them keep their rights. Just don't involve yourself with them.
No, I agree. This is why I said we promote this as a passive resistance. There is no outward actions you have to take. There's no great statement you have to make in public. It would be great if we had people going out in public and making fight.
200 feet, merge onto I-81 North.
That ain't me.
I'm just saying because that's what Thomas Paine did. He went to the corner. He stood there and yelled at people and spread it that way. We need men doing that. We need men promoting different segments of our area, but all working toward that common goal. It's I'll go back to it, and I will always go back to it. There is no common goal. It's just everybody out for themselves. Well, if everybody's out for themselves, why are we even sitting here talking? Aren't we sitting here talking here for a reason? Aren't we sitting here promoting these ideas, these beliefs, and these philosophies for a point?
Right. It's supposed to it's trade knowledge.
Yep.
It's a trade idea.
That's a group. I've seen that with someone was posting that. That means we're a group of people. Whether we come together and break apart on our own, that's a whole different discussion. But that does make us a group. That allows the government, religion, and women to organize us into that particular category. So there's not a choice in that. So the question is, are we coming together for a reason? Or are we just sitting here whining and complaining?
Like for me, my time of red pill rage is went and gone. You know, like
Yep.
I mean, I have no point. There's no point in me screaming to the camera, to the microphone at what women are doing. It's like I'm not even gonna do a reaction video because if I'm reacting, that means I didn't expect it. You know, if I'm reacting to a video, that means I didn't expect it.
Very stoic of you, sir.
I mean,
you still got to have members in our community walking out in public and speaking. There's no choice. That's how an ideology, that's how a philosophy spreads.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I talk to my friend. I talk to my friends like, see that right there? Like, I talk to my friends, explaining to them, look, it's not like that. I'm not married. Why are you trying to you're hooked up with a chick that's gonna drag you down? You know, I tell them in public, in the middle of the Walmart, in the middle of the Sam's Club, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, or the Giant Eagle. Like I tell them, like, look, I'm gonna break this to you. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. And you can tell me that not all women are like that, but they have the possibilities of being like that. They're best to be left alone. You know, they're best to be left alone. And you know what? All these people who are women who are married, standing in the checkout line with their kids, they get mad, they get angry. You know.
My question when you deal with them is ask them if they're tired of being used. Are they tired of the usury? Now, then ask them, what are they willing to do to stop it? What are they? They're personal. Because put them in their shoes. Put yourself in their shoes. What you do is you're making them sit there and think about themselves in that system. Because they don't sit there and think about they don't think about
you know the problem with your thought process there is that most people inherently will not do something until it is personally effective online. And you can talk to them all day long. Like, take me, for example. I don't know, am I coming through with an echo or anything?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Take me, for example. You know, I tell you what, I didn't give a fuck about any time I heard about fatty liver on the internet until a doctor told me I had it. People could tell me all day long, like, hey, you're sick, motherfucker. Like, you're overweight. You probably have a fatty liver. But I didn't give a fuck. I'm like, yeah, fatty liver, that ain't no big deal. Until I get a CAT scan and find out. Same thing. Most of these men are not going to give a shit until the system is pointing the barrel of the gun at them. They do not care, and you can't tell them otherwise.
You got to make life uncomfortable for them. You got to make things get worse.
You shouldn't be going out of your way to make anybody else's life uncomfortable. Trust me, life is not on its own. They'll find out. That's that fuck around and find out thing. All right, but your end goal should not be trying to fuck with the lives of others for personal gain. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I mean, the thing, the way I say it is like, I basically, the thing is like, I tell them because I have seen the things. I've met, they introduce me to their girlfriend, and I go and sit back. I sit back and I watch. I watch their interaction. I can tell when a person's acting like an angel, acting like a decent person, versus a person genuinely being a decent person.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the thing is, what I watch there for is the interaction. Because women know when a man has gone their own way. Women know when a man is red pilled. You know? Because they kind of like, because the thing is that, like, I give off tells. Problem is I'm hyper vigilant, you know, and they know.
Yeah. Like I said, you're not no matter what you do, you're not going to convince the Sims to stop giving up their resources to plus 30 women that finally are hitting the wall and can't go after Chad and Tyrone anymore. And you're certainly not going to stop Chad and Tyrone from upping the body count of these women to begin with. You're not going to do it. You're not going to. So, good luck.
What I will do, like, okay, Chad, Tyrone, they're all yours. Like I said,
yeah,
and
that's it.
And the funny thing about it is, and the funny thing about Sims, you can actually make you as a like, look. If you've seen some of these VR tubers, you ever heard of a VR tuber?
No.
Basically, a virtual reality tuber where they have the little skins, the virtual reality, the virtual suits. Where, yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, some of those people are dudes.
Yeah.
Some of those chicks are dudes, are actually dudes, and they're making money off the Sims. So you know what? Okay, you gotta make your bread. I mean, you gotta make your bread. I'm gonna watch these Sims pay for your meals, pay your rent.
Look, here's the thing. When we talk about changing the world, look, all I can do and all I want to do in this space is if I can make the life of another man a little bit better, I've done my job. I can't lead a horse to water and make it drink. All I can do is lead by example. So, for example, I'm getting my health in check. I got a lot of guys now that are doing the same thing. They've changed their diet. They've changed their patterns and what they're doing. And I'm real proud of them. And they're making an actual difference to better their own lives. That's how you do it, man. You can't try to lead some revolution, but if you can get men to start trying to have better lives for themselves, you're already doing more than enough. I'll tell you that.
Right. I'm doing what I can to make my life a little bit more comfortable because eventually I'm going to get old. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I just moved into a brand new residency, and I'm decorating my room how I want to decorate my room. You know, decorating my house how I want to decorate my house. I'm making things easier, making my place more aesthetic to me. And I'm not bringing any women into my place. I'm keeping, like I said, I'm focusing on bettering my residency. You know.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was fixing to. Oh, go ahead, Red.
I'm about to pay off a car. You know. And then when I pay off the car, I'm probably gonna buy a little something with a carburetor, you know, some with a manual transmission in the carburetor, just to get her, just to put around it, you know. Yeah. The thing is like, I'm like, see, I do my best, you know. Like I said, if you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. If you drown them, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and here's the thing, because I've been listening to this conversation for a while. I don't disagree with the frustration, and I guess you could call it hopefulness behind what Mr. E's saying. I get it, but I've already had these conversations my own head many times. There's no way around that, man. I mean, the ship has sailed.
Right, but the thing is like, you may not be able to get the Sims on your board, but you can at least make some money off of them, you know.
Well, alternatively, like I said, you know, men choose whether they come to this community or not. We don't force them to, and oftentimes the only reason they come here is because they had to deal with reality, right? When they get here, we can at least give them a soft landing, and then help them make a better decision in their future. That's where we can do something. But as far as leading a revolution or creating an ideology outside of that, that's just not feasible, man. And I hate to say that, but it is what it is.
I really think it needs to be said, because a lot of people, and while I agree with the hopefulness, MGTOW is a final landing spot for most men who come here. They hear the philosophy and they take it to heart and they check out from society after that. A lot of people have got to understand that MGTOW, when they come here, is the final spot. This is it. You're done with women. You're done with society. That's it. For most of them, not all of them. Now, some of them keep the hope alive, but
I'm going to say this. For a lot of men, MGTOW isn't always permanent, like you said. I mean, I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. MGTOW is not always permanent. You know?
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I've said it before. MGTOW, the reason I've said MGTOW is not permanent. I don't know how long a lot of people have been in the manosphere, but I was just long enough to see the change. I don't know if you remember Angry MGTOW, right?
Yeah.
And he changed into an angry madman into some sort of Japanese anime character. But I saw his progression. Witnessed the time that he changed from angry MGTOW to angry whatever and to some sort of Japanese anime character. It was when he had an infection of some sort, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And with that infection, the doctor gave him the wrong medication. And he was literally made him miserable. And it was a female doctor too. Female doctor that prescribed him that. Shocking, yeah. And he had to go to another doctor, and he was literally saying, "Oh, but go fund me somebody to go get another checkup because this stuff is killing me." And he got his checkout, and somewhere along the lines he met a chick, and he literally trash talked the brakes off MGTOW.
Yeah, well, the same thing happened with what's his nuts lately. Think Before You Sleep did the same thing with Brittany Venti.
Wheat waffles. Call himself Think Before You Sleep. A lot of these people, they get their their brains sucked to the Johnsons. Yep. And all of a sudden their eyes are crossed. They're looking at the tips of their noses because she not put that work on. And for a long time, they ain't seen it, and now they can't. They don't know how to handle it no more.
What I find interesting about instances like that, and I know some of you guys don't necessarily agree with everything Rollo has to say, but in The Rational Male, he talks about internalizing red pill. When I see guys like that, I see that they never really internalized it. That all it took was some good peace leave to change their mind. You know, I've been burned so many goddamn times in relationships, man. That I didn't have a choice. I got the what do you call that? The suppository. I didn't get a choice. Red pill internalized me.
Yeah, the thing. Another one is like a nice vacuum suck. A nice vacuum sucking mouth will do the same thing.
Yeah.
But like I said, sit back and listen and observe to some of these brothers who come into this community. This is for good. This is for keeps for a lot of them. They've been burned so many times. They have no further interest in communicating with women or society or anything like that anymore. This is where they come and then they make that decision, and then they no longer have a desire to see this society succeed or anything. I mean, I know it's fucked up, but you know that's just how it is for a lot of people.
If I were to ever be put in a relationship, I call it losing my mind. I would have to make a final video saying, "Look, I can't, in good conscience, make any more red pill content. I don't want to lead anybody astray, so I'm gonna back away from my channel. I'd have to back away from my channel."
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. So are you saying if you're if you found a woman, you wouldn't make red pill content or MGTOW content.
If I found a woman, I would, in good conscience, have to back it off, because the thing is, how would I say it? I want to, when that one lets me down, and inevitably she is gonna let me down. I want to at least have a couch to lay on.
Well, let me interject here for a second. So I've made no mystery about it. I am actually in a relationship. The thing is I have taken the ideas out of guys in this community like Pop, like Rollo Tomasi, all the guys that came before us. I've taken those principles and I've laid a groundwork. I have 100% internalized that red pill, and she's aware of that. And if she doesn't like that, she can fucking move on, and she's understanding of that. That's the thing. If you're doing the MGTOW where you're not doing relationships at all, that's completely different. But as far as I'm concerned, in a red pill space, as long as you understand where you stand, masculine frame, you understand that she's a complement to your life, that she walks into your frame, not the other way around. And the second she puts up shit, that's it. You're done. You're out. You know, you're okay in that perspective.
What I was saying is, like, I'd have to take some time to assess myself, you know.
Right. Okay, I get you.
Like I said, like, I'd have to back out, take some time to assess myself, see how I'm handling it, you know, because that's what a lot of people don't do. They don't take a step back, assess how they're handling certain things, because look at Think Before You Sleep. He shouldn't have had his mouth open for any bad doggone reason.
You've got to be very pragmatic, and you need to know what the hell you're doing before you get into it. What I've told men, if you choose to date, date the woman, and I say this almost literally because I've done it. Date the woman that will drive 3 hours out of her way to buy you dinner. Do not date the woman because she's got a nice, a nice ass or something. Date the woman that wants. So there's not a lot of emotion involved in it. Obviously, you're dating, so there's some warm fuzzies, but it's not. You're making a practical decision. Therefore, you don't have to step back and reassess your life and make sure you're not fucking up, because you come in with that strategy, knowing, look, you're going to come into my life, you're going to do things the way I want them, or you're not going to be a part of my life. When you do that, you've set that groundwork, you've made that clear. You don't have to take that step back and reassess. You don't have to end up like fucking Think Before You Sleep and pull a full simp, because you've already established that frame. All you have to do is maintain it. It's really fucking simple.
The thing is like, I'll get back to the frame portion. There was like I said, apparently some people might follow you across the lines of the thing. We're going to get to the frame portion. A frame is pointless if there's no foundation. A frame isn't worth anything.
The foundation has to be the knowledge that we're handing off here. That's something that you need to internalize first. But when I'm talking about frame, I'm also referring to mental point of origin, meaning you will always, no matter how good that pussy is, you will always be number one priority. Like I said, she's a compliment. That's something a lot of these men don't get, because they get in that relationship and all of a sudden they start pedestalizing her again, and they end up right back here.
Right. And the thing is, like,
if we were a logical species, that would work.
Right. We are. I mean, we when we get put in harsh situations, we do get panicky and make rash decisions.
That's, again, like I said, it's not an easy path, but you have to set your foundation. Like you were saying, you got to set your foundation down in place, understand the principles, understand your lifestyle and where you stand before you make any decision like that. I wouldn't suggest any man gets into dating at all until he's lived the red pill for a long fucking time, bare minimum. You know,
like I said,
and that's another.
for me,
That's another. Go ahead.
I was saying, for me, my red pill journey inadvertently started like right around the end of elementary, beginning of middle school. I didn't know. Basically, I had a lot of practice, you know, because I knew that I wasn't that guy, you know, and every time, I mean, from the first rejection, or practically for the first and second rejection, I knew that I wasn't that guy. So I knew I had to literally mentally strengthen myself not to even bother to look, you know. I had to mentally strengthen myself not to look, you know, because I knew if I it'd just be disappointment, you know. And I just keep my head on straight and narrow, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think the biggest takeaway from this, bottom line, until you really, really, truly believe this 100%, she's not yours. It's just your turn. Until you can walk into a relationship knowing that tomorrow she could leave you for another man, you're not ready. And until you accept that fact and just enjoy the time you have, you're not fucking ready. Because there is a slim chance you won't be replaced, but most of the time you will. You just got to accept it. This is the ride. You pay admission and enjoy it while it lasts.
Right? I've said this before. I've said this too. I've got nothing she wants or need, and she's got nothing that I want or need. It's just best. I mean, it's just best we may have to go our separate ways. Because I've said it like that. Like, honestly, what is it that she needs from you that she can't get herself? And what is it that you need from her that you can't get yourself? Exchanging of body fluids?
Yeah. Well,
is that the best?
Yeah. And like I said, I'm not advocating for men to get into relationships, but bottom line, I know that everybody in this space, you know, has thought about it or entertained the idea at some point in their life. So I'm just saying, if you're going to, you need to understand you stand alone as a rock. That's it. Like, if she comes into your life, the door is open. It is always wide open. You walk in, you walk out. It doesn't change me at all.
The thing is,
some simple truths here, because we're all human. We're all men. At some point, all of us catch feelings. Even I did. We're all susceptible to it. So it's a great philosophy and idea to live to, but ultimately, none of us will ever live up to it fully. All of us will falter at this. This is the whole perception of why I was promoting what I was promoting, because it gives that unity between men. Because I'm sorry, you can be the greatest man, you could do that. And you know what? Someone will shake her ass right, will smile right, some kind of feeling will evoke in you, and you're hooked. It happened to me. And I was a fucking full-blown Chad when I was... It happens to us all.
I've been tested myself, you know? I mean, I've been tested myself. I held up pretty good, you know? I was my last year of high school, I wrestled. My coach has drills that where it's like one against the rest of the team. And I did pretty well against the rest of the team because I was able to not be pinned by the whole team. And that's one of the drills that my coach did in high school. And there was the one chick on the team. And after it was over, what happened was she put her hand on my back and ran it up my spine and gave a smile. I didn't react to it. You have to sadly, you have to be in those situations to test yourself.
Yeah.
You have to be in those situations to test yourself. And I didn't start. That was the one and only. That was one time before I went to the military where I actually passed that test. The 2 times that I was in actually the 3 times when I was in the military. See, the thing is about the military, it breaks you down, then builds you back up.
Right.
It breaks you down and then builds you back up. And once you get to the fleet, you're not completely at 100%. You're never going to be at 100% until you leave the military, because until years after you leave the military, because you're so far broken down that it takes you years to build back up. And the thing is, the military is an ultimate blue pill. It's just what it is. I mean, get offended if you want, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the ultimate blue pill. The final boss blue pill. And a lot of people aren't ready for it. And a lot of people are not ready for it. And the thing is like, for me, I was already under the process of being red pill from elementary. So I carried as much of that as I could, because I've had a lot of things. Been in the friend zone twice, or 3 times was put in the friend zone. One of them, this chick didn't wear the wedding ring. Chick didn't wear the wedding ring, and sending the bitch signals. I found out she was married. I'm thinking, I didn't think of it now. Then I didn't think of it. The second one, friend zone again. Didn't make any sense, because the person that they were dating didn't treat them with respect as they so demand as they so demand that they do. The third time was the final time, and right there, and I spent 4 years building myself back up to a mentality. And once I built myself back up, I made myself stronger. You have to break yourself down. You have to be broken down eventually to build yourself back up stronger.
Yeah,
that's how strengthening works.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, not specifically to the military, just to the red pill philosophy in general. All right, you are going to have to go through your trials. You're going to have to face your bullshit, because that's how all of us learn. But I will tell you, at some point, the jig is up. You know how the game works. You know the rules of the game, and that shit doesn't phase you anymore. I'm telling you flat out, once you master that shit, no hot piece of ass is going to make you falter, because you can see it for what it is.
Exactly. Like, I had to let a friend of mine go through their pile of crap, before he figured it out.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he got it completely figured out yet.
I just want to point out, whether you want to call it God or evolution, men or women are designed for each other. What you're trying to do will never work. What I'm trying to do is find that middle ground so we can push and get the way it's supposed to work. Because you can say, I'm not going to catch feelings. I'm not going to do this, and I'm not going to do that. Every man says that. Don't even tell me that. Every man says that. You know what? Every man falls. So the real question is, what do we do after we fall?
Mr. E, what is it? I'm asking you specifically. What is it you think I'm trying to do?
I never asked. I don't know. Maybe you're just there for sex. Maybe you're just there for companionship. Whatever it is. The whole point is, it doesn't matter. You are human. You will catch feelings. We all do.
I get you. What I'm trying to say is I'm not telling anybody to forget about women entirely. That's not who I am. Okay? I understand biology, but I also understand if you know the rules of the game, you can play within the rules of the game and not get emotionally attached. There's a saying, you can either love a woman or understand, and you cannot do both. And once you've understood that, I'm not saying never.
My point is,
but again, that's possible.
My point is simple. We are humans. We are emotional. It doesn't matter what you do. At some point, it will happen. So the question is how do we handle this? Because you know what? You can sit there and follow what you're doing, and know what? A good portion of men will fall off. That is just the reality of the situation. This is why I said this. MGTOW is good for older men like us because it does represent that, because we are done. But what do we do with the 20-year-old men? Because I deal with a lot of 20-year-old men. I can't sit them all. Just break away. Don't have sex. Don't have kids. You know, these are components that are built into us. This is anything we can fight. We will be compelled to do this. So the question is how do we sit there and balance things out right for us?
Wait. In America,
unfortunately,
I'm going to say this. Like in America and other Western countries, there is no middle ground. If you're gonna try to find something, and you really want to try it, do it someplace else. Get a passport. Try it someplace else. Get a passport. Because if you're in America with these women, or any Western country with these Western women, there is no middle ground. They are so used to getting what they want.
Can't alter. You cannot alter these 20-year-old men. Their dick thinking. That isn't going to happen. They have to go through their fire first. So you're not going to just pull a man aside that's 20 years old, that's thinking with his dick, and say, "Hey, you shouldn't do that." That's not going to happen. He's going to have to get burned once or twice before he knows.
I got cut off. Like the thing is like, can you hear me still?
Wait, I can hear you.
I was saying it's like in the Western countries, there is no middle ground. You know, my best advice for, like, if you're gonna do something, try to get in a relationship, just get a passport. Try to get
There's a speed trap ahead.
Try to get whatever you can out of this country, and buy a passport. You know, because these women of the West, there is no middle ground. They are so used to getting everything that they wanted. They are so used to getting bought everything that they wanted. They're so used to getting this, that, and the other, that from every other dude, that there's no way. Like, there's no way. The best advice would be to tell a young man to not to find someplace else to find them, especially if like I said, especially if they've been through the stuff, because the thing is that they're going through it younger and younger. You know, they're going through their trials younger and younger. So we at one point in MGTOW, we had a 12-year-old. There was a 12-year-old. There are probably 10-year-olds that are partaking of the red pill. The best thing we could do is to divert them to slightly hopeful pastures, even though it's chasing after the sun. I would rather them chase after the sun than them to get stuck somewhere landlocked and shafted for the rest of their lives, unable to enjoy their lives and have some form of freedom to where they can move around and learn about the world and other cultures. I would rather them chase the sun somewhere else.
Mr. E, regarding the 20-year-olds again, every single one of us is here, at least that I know of, because they had to go through the same shit, right? And honestly, most of us are better men for it because we learned those hard lessons. I wish I could stop. I wish I could stop them all from making those mistakes, but I think they have to learn them, to be honest.
What's the most powerful thing to a man? I'd like to hear what do all you think? What is the most powerful thing to a man?
His word.
An idea. The idea is, no, I won't accept this. That appeals to 20-year-old men. That appeals to all men. This is what I'm talking about, getting us to work together. I'm not talking about working with government or organized religion or women. I'm talking about finding commonality in us as men, because that's our power, nothing more. I understand we are never going to come to compromise with women. There is never going to be compromise directly with government. There's never going to be compromise for organized religion. They will always use us to the full max for our disposability. What I'm to use is using that leverage against them.
You have to be able to vocalize the idea as well.
The idea is simple. It's as simple as goes back to 1215. The idea is responsibility without authority, by definition, is slavery. That appeals to every man, whether they're 50 or 20. Now, you start working on those ideas, saying, you know what? This is what a woman does. If we withhold these resources from women, government, and organized religion, they will do what we say.
How do you accomplish that when the simps are also the lawmakers? Good luck, man. That's the problem.
If enough of us pull out like we're doing, this is the whole threat with MGTOW right now. Enough of us start pulling our resources, we get noticed. That's why we're labeled the extremist group. If more of us keep pulling out, that means less resources for them, which means more than likely is the first group that will break are women. You're already seeing it. Women are starting to break to come towards us. The whole point is to hold that line and get us to work together.
I get that, but you're never going to stop. You're never going to stop simps from simping. That's the thing.
What I'm gonna say is, like,
so uncomfortable. You make it so uncomfortable, like how our country started, that they have no choice. They either have to side with the people who are hurting them, or try and side with the people who are trying to help them.
The thing is,
at that point, whether they want to revolt at that point, because we're not talking, this is not going to happen in our lifetime or our grandkids. At that point, it becomes their decision if they're going to revolt. What we're doing, we're just setting the groundwork to make this happen. Nothing more.
Are we not? Are we? Go ahead.
I've got two things I gotta say. One of them is along what Mr. E said. Everything you do is not for you. It's for the next generation. And what I'm about to say is, there's a way to not hurt, but to basically withhold your resources from government and women. If you can find if enough men can find under the table jobs, you know, that where they're not on the books. It's basically under the table jobs that are not which is not on the books. You know, you can live.
And that's happening right now. What I'm just trying to do is focus it into an idea. This is what MGTOW is doing. They're withholding resources. This is why they're getting concerned and angry at us.
Are we not already laying the groundwork, just being a community and talking about this regularly?
We need to give hope. That was the whole point of the Great Enlightenment, is to give hope. That there is an end game, not just it's done and we're walking away. That the end game, that maybe our sons, our grandsons, our great-grandsons, maybe they can someday have a family. Maybe someday they can have kids. Maybe someday they can have own land without government getting in the middle of their lives. You got to give that hope. Otherwise, men just walk off, give up, shoot themselves in the head, do shit like that. The whole point is you got to give a man something to hold on to, something to grasp. That's the whole point of what's the commonality in men. An idea, a good idea will always hold true through time.
Well, I don't disagree with you on that at all. I have no disagreement about that at all.
That's why I said promoting the way I'm doing it gives men. No, is it going to affect it? It's going to take generations. But you sit there and you talk to whether he's black, white, whatever. If they're pink with polka dots, you look at a man and say, "Aren't you tired of being used? Aren't you tired of having no say?" Every goddamn man says that. Well, that's your working point. And then what are you willing to do? What are you willing to give up to achieve for your son, your grandson?
Here's some words of wisdom. Here's some words that a person of the Underground Railroad said. I do believe her name was Harriet Tubman. I saved many slaves. I would have saved many more if they knew they were slaves. A lot of these people don't know that they're being used. A lot of these people don't know that they are not aware. They're not aware of it. They're not aware that they're being they have their shackled. That's why we call it the plantation. A lot of these men are not aware and do not and are not going to be aware that they are being used on the plantation. If you try to bring it up, it's going to be used.
Well, that's the whole point of making. No, sorry.
I
think he cut out.
That's where all these people came in. Some people cannot be saved. That's where all the people when they abolished slavery, they were lost. They were lost in the sauce. They were literally homeless. They were literally confused. They didn't know what to do. Those are the ones that weren't able to be saved. Those are the ones that through generations became the problem. Those are the ones that could not that were unable to be saved. They were literally so dazed and confused and battered, they didn't know what to do.
Well, that's going to happen anywhere. You have to accept that. The point is, there are people that can be saved.
But if you can save a few,
go ahead.
Saving a few is better than saving none.
Right.
We're going to have our losses. Any idea is going to have its losses. The whole point is we got to change the narrative, and we got to have a fomented idea so we can all commonly work together. It's the 1-2 things that we're missing. I said, when you sit there and have conversations with these men, this is how I react with 20-year-olds. I ask them questions directly. Do you feel used? Do you feel like you have no say? Do you feel like you have no power? Why do you feel these things? You understand? I'm not just using the logic. I'm using the emotion. Bringing back to the human level of what's going on. It's something that I also missed within our community. When you sit there and you're going to tell them, well, this is what's happened to them, ask them why that's happening to them. Ask them about how they got there. It's a huge portion of what's missed in our community. You expect men just to listen to you, and that the facts are just going to make sense to them. You have to equate it to their personal lives. How did that affect them on an individual purpose? And yes, you can do this on shows like, why are you here? Why are you listening to me? Do you want to hear the truth? Do you want the facts? Do you want to grasp for a better idea? Do you want a better future? Remember, it comes back to narrative. This also lets us sit there and go against the extremist view, how we've been labeled. Because let me tell you, this is the warning that I'm giving you all. If we do not change here and we start making that, not saying change our language, but the narrative of what's coming out, 10 years, we're going to get labeled as a hate group and we're gone. None of this will matter. I can tell you this exactly because this is exactly what I would do to get rid of my enemy. And don't confront us. Government, organized religion, and feminism see us as a direct enemy. Don't ever confuse that. Don't ever confuse that they think they're an ally. They will never be an ally to men. We're just a means.
They were never right. They were never an ally in the first place.
Well, this is why you hear my talking about it's not the idea that why I framed it as the Great Enlightenment, because at that point, this goes back to already 1215 when lords sat there and took up arms to get their rights to have a say in the system. This is nothing more. This is just an extension to that. We're just the next step in the phase. When you put it that way, we're no longer alone in this fight. That means this fight has been going for 800 years. It means you're not alone. What we're facing has already been faced. It's been written about. We know what we need to do.
I can tell you this much: if things don't go, if things, you've got a 1,000 other channels, at least 1,000 or 1,000,000 other channels that are red pill and MGTOW.
Yeah.
And they've got, and all I know is you gotta basically talk to those channels as well. And change them narrative, and again, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I already know that I'm gonna be in one of them caskets.
The whole point of why I said why I even come forward, because like I said, I usually work behind the scenes. I promote other men. I promote the idea. I'm not the person who's usually the focal point. But this needs to be. If you get those 1,000 men, even if 800 of them turn around and said, responsibility without authority is by definition slavery. Now you got 100,000 men following that. Now, if you got those 100,000 men preaching the same thing, now you got 1,000,000 men saying it. Do you understand? One voice, one way. They'll have to stop and listen, or they'll have to come down on us. But either which way, we get what we want.
I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna try it in my own way. You know,
Go for it.
because
I mean,
it's because it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
well, exactly. This is why I said I'm nothing more than an idea. I'm the person who works behind the scenes. I'm not the focal point. I do not want to start my own channel. I understand I rub people the wrong way. Always have. But the whole point is, this is much more than what I am. This is much more than what we are. And we got to find a way that brings us all together. Because you know what? Like we see here, we're having so many different disagreements. We have different communities sitting right here in the chat, but we can't come to a simple agreement. Once we come to those simple agreements as a group of men, we can come to further agreements, which means we can sit there and start a path to which men can follow. And men follow behind other men. That's what we are as a species. The old saying goes, follow your forefathers. Your forefathers knew what they were doing. You know, all we know because we're alive today.
Yeah, alrighty. I'm gonna go right quick because I gotta find a fuel stop because I don't like going into I done traveled about two almost 3 states and I didn't pick up any fuel. All right, I'm gonna try that on my channel, and I'm also gonna get the I'm also gonna find some graph paper to get the ultralight, some drawings on it.
All right, hold on. Yellow, you're right. I do have an agenda. My first one is to make the world dominated by men again. My second one is to destroy feminism in all its regards and the toxicity it came from. After that, I have nothing else. I have a son. I want my son to have a better future than I have. I want him not to follow my footsteps. I've told him that straight to his face. Do not follow me. He's not as strong as man as I am. He's not going to make it. I love him, but he's just not.
Give him the knowledge that you didn't have. Give him the knowledge you didn't have.
But the truth is, most young men now, if you were to put them in a prison or a military or anything else, they'll get eaten up and spit out like it's nothing. Now me, I would be fine because I have a giant fuck you in me. And you know what? That's what's missing today. Some of what I speak about is doing that, saying, you know what? The key words is no, I don't have to accept this. Those are the most powerful phrases in human history. No, remember when you sit there and you think about it, no, I won't accept this. Now, after you said that, what are you willing to do to stop it? And that's why, you know what? I actually have an FBI record with that. They call me an instigator because of it. But you know what? This is the things that can change things. That one phrase changes everything, especially in men. Now, you get enough group of men saying that, and wow, the whole system will change, whether they like it or not. And I always remind people, this is lessons I've learned from the great minds of history. All great minds have promoted this kind of ideas before. So I'm not even the first. I'm just hoping to promote it again so we can continue this. Nothing more.
Well, it's a bold idea. The whole thing with why I'm doing this content, you know, if I can help a couple men not have to go through the shit I went through, and if I can help better their lives, I kind of look at it this way. Pop is keeping people from taking their lives. What I'd like to do, if anything, is just help those men have a little bit better lives now that they're still here, you know? And that's why with this health thing, I mean, it was a health scare for me, but if I can help other men get healthy and have happier lives, that's a lot for me. You know, I'm not taking away from your idea. I'm not, but I know I'm not going to save the world or any shit like that. But if I can give one man in this community, just one at a time, I can give just one man a better life by something I fucking said, then I've done something, you know? That's where I see it. Like, I get where you're coming from. I do. I guess that's my way of trying to give them hope. I got 2 guys right now that are messaging me. One of these guys has lost like 30 pounds. Another guy's lost like 26 pounds, right? They're making a difference that they never thought to do before. And that makes me happy. Like, they're going to live a longer, healthier life now because they decided to change course. And it's because of something I said. Just because I was a dumbass and drank too much one day and wound up in the hospital. Suddenly, that, as stupid as that sounds, is helping other men. You know, because I had to correct course, so I had to be about it, not just talk about it. And I think that's what I want to do. I want to help these men have a little bit better life. You know, they chose to stay here. They learned the hard lessons. Some of them are coming in this space. Yeah, sure. They might not be red pilling. They're hearing the message for the first time. You know, and I also try to make them laugh, because in the world we're in now, man, if you don't make people laugh, you'd fucking cry. Let's be honest. The world's a really fucked up place right now. So I do get where you're coming from, and I understand that. But I guess I'm not as grandiose. My thing is, if I can help one guy, you know, have a better day, then I've done something. That's where I start. You know, if I can by what I say, if I can make somebody else have a better day, then I've done something good. You know, that's my starting point.
That's good. That's actually awesome. That's what we need. That's actually called standalone complex. What I'm hitting on is just not short-term goals, but mid-term goals and long-term goals. Because you know what? I don't want to see this end, and I don't want the system to ever replicate itself again. I want an end. What we're playing for is end game. I'm giving the grounds for an actual end game. Now, the honesty is, if you say this is the one moment, the defining moment in history that changes everything, which is complete bullshit. But anyway, we say it's that. It's going to take hundreds of years to make it come to fruition. The same thing with the Great Enlightenment and slavery. It took hundreds of years to make that come true. It took a lot of people's idea. That's the only reason I'm putting this forward like it is. This is nothing more than an idea to push an idea so people start spreading the idea. The idea is more powerful than a man. The idea is more powerful than one person. The idea is more powerful than any belief or government. And it combines all men to one place. That means if I sit here and I talk a man from halfway across around the world, they'll agree with me. I've had lots of agreement. You know, they're using us. We're getting responsibility, but have no right to say. And you know what? That makes most men angry. And that's what I'm tapping into.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this has been said many different ways, many different times. You know, whether it's the pendulum swinging or the 85-year cycle, or, you know, strong men make good times, all that. There's so many different ways to say it. But I think where we're at right now, and I mean, I could be wrong, but we're at the point where the pendulum is as far as it's going to go. And I think it's starting to come back. That's my view on it. I mean, the world around you even see companies now are starting to drop the woke shit because they realize it's not working. It's not where they can't push that bullshit. Now, does that mean we're going to go back to everything being peachy keen? Fuck no. I don't see that in my lifetime. But I do think that we are at an inflection point right now where people are waking up to not just the political shit, but yeah, the dating market and how fucked up that is too. I think the world is starting to wake from its slumber. Now, how far and how long that takes, I don't know. But I do kind of believe that everything goes in cycles, you know? And we have a bunch of fucking weak men right now, which creates hard times. But out of hard times comes strong men, you know what I mean? So we're at that point. You know, I think everything goes in cycles. We're going to end up, there's going to be generations from now that are back to this shit again. Unfortunately, we're living in a time where things are pretty shitty. But, you know, we can turn that around for the future generation, like you're saying. Absolutely.
A good point I like to make here. Whether we like it or not, government, organized religion, and women are all embedded with each other. And they will stay in bed with each other till we decide to become completely passive, where they have to act against us, or we act against them. There has to be something that changes this. Otherwise, this will continue on. You can sit there's this great awakening. There is some to a portion, but it will stay the same. We have to, with dealing with this is, you got to break government from organized religion, from women. We got to get them to act individually so they can't work together against us. Because that's what they're doing. They're using bully tactics on us. Well, if you don't like the government does it, you have to. If you don't do what the government does, the government will do it. And if you don't do what organized religion does, we're going to excommunicate you. And if you don't do what women don't do, we'll just divorce you. Well,
see, that's more Pop's idea, is getting the marriage rate to zero. it's a bold fucking statement, but I don't see it happening because again, they're still simps. You know,
we're compelled to
that's
each other. We're compelled to each other. Men or women, whether it goes with evolution or God or whatever fancy word you want to go with. Men or women are designed for each other. We are compelled to get together. There is nothing we can do to stop this. So what can we do to actually change this so it's in men's favor so the system works right?
Well, you'd have to get men collectively to withdraw from marriage. That's the starting point. Because if there's no marriage, they can't enforce their bullshit laws. Of course, they could always write laws like common law and all that crap. So they'd still find a way to fucking get you. So it's a slippery slope when you start talking about that. Because no matter what you do, then there's the bachelor tax. They get you any fucking way they can.
But that's why I'm sitting there talking about remove our resources. Our labor, our resources is our power. If they don't have that, what they say and they do on those other things, like we're going to tax you or we're going to do this or we're going to do that, it becomes irrelevant because they can't do it because they don't have our resources to make it happen. That's our power.
Well, I get that, but you're going to find most men, including a lot of men in this space, I don't speak for them, but I will tell you, most men are going to say it and never do it because they're comfortable. They have their fucking iPhones. They have their Starbucks. They have their jobs and their houses. So a lot of men aren't going to actually stand up and do something. That's the thing.
Not yet.
Whether you want to or not.
Not yet, but like I said, MGTOW in itself is growing. You got men like me who are now depleting the system of resources. Enough of us start doing it, they'll have to come down on all men. Do you see what I'm doing here? This one small group is deciding for the whole group, and the whole group has to act together. That's what our founding fathers did. And at that point, it becomes each individual male. Which side are they going to pick? Are they going to stay out of it? Are they going to let things happen? At that point, it goes back to what Brandon and others want. They want to be an individual choice. At that point, that is your individual choice. The individual choice is live in utter poverty and live in oppression, or choose to work with your fellow man.
All right, so here's a question: how would you how and what would you tell men to withdraw? Like, I'm just saying this rhetorically. I'm not attacking you. Are they supposed to give up their jobs? Are they supposed to give up their homes? Like, what do these men need to withdraw from? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well, we'll go with the easy one. Men do the most dangerous jobs but maintain society. Well, what if men just stop doing the most dangerous jobs that pay the most, that pay the taxes in the system, and just go with the bullshit job and just live simplistic lives?
Society would collapse very quickly.
Well, that's our power, isn't it?
But how do you convince men to let society collapse when they're part of that society? That's what I'm saying. That's where you get men that will talk about it, but they won't do it when it comes down to it.
Either which way, you're going to live in poverty. Do you want to live in poverty and have a choice, or do you want to live in poverty and live in chains? This is how you set it up against them, because then you give them the choice. Most men at that point will not want to live in chains. That's where you get the rebellion. I understand why Brandon and them fret over it, but you know what? This is natural, normal human history. This history has been going for more than 800 years.
Let me tell you what's going to happen if the guys who are doing like concrete work, like I'm just passing by, or the electricians or the plumbers or all those people stop doing that. They're going to increase the pay because guys are in those jobs, not because they're fun, but because they pay well.
Yeah.
Right? And by increasing the pay, they'll get more people to come and do it because there's always going to be some hungry motherfucker who wants to buy a new Escalade or who wants to, take the trip to Bahamas next year, and somebody will step up and take that job. Without 100% buy-in, you're right. Your plan is never going to work.
No, that's not true. You need about 30 to 40% of the population to buy into it. Even if 60% buy into the other system, only about 20% will be able to actually do that work. 20% of men cannot hold up the system by themselves. It will naturally degrade. We just need to pull enough men into this. That's it. That's what the founding fathers did. They didn't have absolute agreement. Most people hated what they did. But the fact is they pulled enough in that the people that were sitting on the fence that didn't want to get involved had to get involved. It was a no choice issue. That's the power. It's not that we all have to agree, not that we all have to do it. We just need enough of us. Kind of what the Republicans are doing in the House right now. Just a small group is controlling what happened with the new speaker. That's all you need.
Well, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate for the sake of conversation, but I would imagine at some point, if you got enough men to withdraw from construction or plumbing or whatever, you'd have nothing left but unskilled workers that couldn't perform those tasks anyway. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I would assume a lot of Gen Z kids that have no work experience and thousands of dollars in college debt and have never worked a day in their life aren't going to keep infrastructure open if all the guys that knew what the fuck they're doing walked off. But again, playing both sides here, just for conversation's sake, good luck getting men to do that, because that means they give up their vacations, they give up their Escalades, they give up everything they're working for. And a lot of those men don't want to give they have. You know, I certainly don't want to give up. I'll be honest, I don't want to give up what I have. I work my ass off for it. You know, I hate this fucking job. Not going to lie. I do it because it keeps a roof over my head and pays for things I like. So, you know, maybe that makes me sound like an asshole, but it's really hard for me to withdraw and suddenly be without a paycheck for the sake of, and I get it. Or you could do it in chains. I get it. But, I mean, I'm already in chains.
Well, no, this is the point. What we're facing today in our economics, our way of system that's going, this started 50 years ago. Men started walking off more than 50 years ago. We're just seeing the outcomes right now. So when I'm saying we need to start and promote this and do this, none of us are really going to see this in our lifetime. Most of us will be dead and buried. It's the next generation that's behind us. Actually, probably 2 generations behind us that will see it. It'll be another 2 generations. You understand? This takes time. This is not. This is why I said when I talk about instant gratification. Everybody wants this instantly now. Do you understand? This is going to take an unbelievable amount of time.
Well, that's only if people commit to it. You know,
we don't have to commit to it. We just got to keep making it more uncomfortable. The more uncomfortable they become, more withdrawn men will become. More withdrawn men become, the more they will refuse to participate. The more that refuse to participate means less resources for the system.
Yeah.
So it's a slow slide. Instead of like a big massive, like people talk about, we need to have this massive societal collapse. This collapse will come slowly, and the people in power will have to either deal with us or collapse and put us back in power. Either which way, we get exactly what we want.
Well, I see what you're saying. I just don't see. I don't see how it's practically applied. You know what I mean? Like I get your concept here. Basically, starve out the idiots.
Yep.
But I don't see how you apply it in a world that has already proven it's compliant and complacent. I mean, for the last 200 years, we have proven we have failed our founding fathers. Hell, we gave up our Second Amendment rights over 100 years ago, and nobody's even paid attention to that. The second that they infringed it and made rules for anybody and took away anyone's rights, you already lost your Second Amendment right. Nobody even sees that. We've already failed what they set up for us. That's what I'm saying. When you have an entire society full of complacent, compliant sheep that will gladly push the buttons, how do you stop it? How do you stop it?
Make life uncomfortable.
You showed him, Brandon.
That's the thing. We've got bread and circuses. Everybody is comfortable. And the government will continue giving them bread and circuses so they don't pay attention to what you're doing. That's how Rome collapsed. That's exactly how Rome collapsed. They kept everybody distracted long enough with the bullshit, which they're doing a great job of right now, by the way, so that they don't see what you guys are doing to try to better anything. And then the city burns.
Well,
you know what I mean?
This is why I said why we need men actually actively out speaking and pushing the idea. Kind of the Thomas Paine, out on the street corner, speaking this, giving the alternative. Because let me tell you, when the hard times come, because they will, this is not even, they'll start listening to those men. And you know what? At that point, women will start listening to them because they want food on the table. They want their kids taken care of. And you know what? They'll give us whatever we want, just like the founding fathers. And that's why I said this is going to take time. This is going to be brutal. It's going to get nasty. Most of us, it's not going to be a good end. But does it really matter? You want,
like I said,
The black pill is none of us matter in the long run. None of us are going to be remembered. So what we do is what's important. What our work carries on for the future is what's important. So focus on that. That's why I said when I speak to 20-year-olds, I speak the idea. The idea breaches 20-year-olds because you know what? They want to be that 40-year-old man fucking a 20-year-old woman. What man doesn't? Well, you know what? You got to put that idea will allow them to grasp that idea. Maybe, just maybe, they'll have that in their lifetime. Who knows? But that idea is what gives them something to hold on to. And that's what's missing. There's nothing when you reach out for men, they're looking for something to hold on to. It's what religion used to be to men 1,000 years ago, where man could sit there and hold to the belief that God was on his side.
So here's a small example. Let's talk about this. Yeah, the last couple of days I've been on here ranting about this bullshit mask crap they're bringing back, right? And I don't remember who it was, if it was Hemi or who said it, but somebody said, you know, I'm glad you're about it, and I believe that you're about it. But most of these guys, including the guys in the red pill and the MGTOW, will still put their masks back on. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I will lead by example. I'll do it. And it's something as simple as a fucking mask. I'll do it. And if that costs me my job, there's other jobs out there. Fuck it. I'm not going back to playing a stupid game. I'm beyond it. And I'm not going on a mask rant. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, there's guys like me out there that are going to stand up no matter what. But, you know, there's guys in this space that talk about it and they're not about it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. There are a lot of motherfuckers out there right now that said they would never wear a fucking mask again that are wearing masks right fucking now.
Talk is cheap.
I agree.
Yeah.
But this is why I say we got to start making their lives uncomfortable. That's how everything changes. We got to make it uncomfortable, because that's the only time men really change, when life becomes uncomfortable and we cannot reach what we're trying to achieve.
All right. Well, let's small scale this. Let's make this more applicable for you know, the audience here. Take the mask thing. How do you make the sheep that are still following those rules? How do you make them more uncomfortable? How do you? Let's apply it to that. How would you do that?
Turn more pressure on women.
Well, how does that get people to stop wearing masks?
Well, that will drive the divorce rate. That drives up the divorce rate. More men are put on the street. If men have no reason to work, you understand that it's a domino effect.
Well, no. What I'm trying to say is we're just for the sake of practicality. We're speaking specifically to masks right now. Just masks. Okay. So bunch of motherfuckers around you are all wearing masks. How do you make it harder for them to where they wake up and stop complying? How do you do that within just the mask framework, not divorce, not marriage, not society, just the mask thing? How do you make it harder for them to where they have to stop?
I, as a monk,
mock them.
Yep.
Mock them.
Well, not even
I know.
No, me as a monk, I do not deal with anybody who wears a mask. You come into my place, you deal with me, you take that mask off your goddamn face. I see your face. I see your eyes. I see your lips move. I see the actual inflection in your face. And if you cannot do that, you're out of my life. Gone. Just that quick. Give no tolerance to those things. This is what you promote to your men. You tell men, if enough people say no and walk, they don't have a choice. How many men can actually survive on their own? How many people can actually make it on their own? Now imagine us depleting us, the smartest, the brightest, the strongest. We start depleting ourselves of them. They'll have to follow us. That's the whole point. Put them in a position where they have to follow.
Too confrontational. That's too confrontational.
But it's not confrontational. I'm telling you, you have to accept my boundaries. You have to accept my way of life. And if you don't accept it, you're gone.
Well, you can take yourself away. You don't really, unless you're providing a service they need, then they don't give a fuck what your boundaries are.
Yeah, we got to reverse that. You walk into a room full of people trying to tell you to put the mask on. What do you do? Because that's the world you're looking at right now. Yeah, you say no.
Just say no and you walk out. But you understand, if enough of us do that.
But if you walk out, you're not hurting them at all. You're not doing anything to change their minds.
Individually.
You see?
But you need to
see what I'm saying?
You got to get more people to do it. The men in this community, the majority of the men actually in this community start doing it because we're the ones that hold up society.
Right.
They'll have to do what we say. So when we sit there and we deal with men in the community who say they're going to do it but don't do it, just like Brandon said, mock them. Put them on blast in public and saying, you know what, you're not doing as you say. Do as you say.
Welcome to Colorado's Blue State Shithole. We are now in downtown Denver, by the way.
Oh, fantastic.
But basically, what it comes down to is a force of will. And you know what? I will make it clear. The men in this community have more force of will than the majority in the public do, because we've made it. We went through the worst that life has to give, and we're here. So we're proven, we're tested. We're a proven quantity. Something
Let
that
me
lacks
tell
in society.
To the mask thing, I was just at Anheuser-Busch. They wanted me to wear a mask. I told them no.
Fuck no.
They say, well, we can't serve you if you do not put your mask on. And I said, well, then I will not deliver your beer.
I'm sorry.
That's pretty good. That'll put the hurt on it.
I applaud that.
You know what? I've got a trailer full of fucking beer.
I'll just drive it back. Pay you, charge you for both ways. There you go.
That's exactly it.
They fucking bent the knee to me.
Mm-hmm.
No, but our corporate policy. I don't care. I'm not wearing that thing.
This is what we need more of. This is what I sit there and I'm talking about. This is direct passive resistance. We're not being confrontational. We're not causing a fight. We're not revolting. We're saying you do it our way or we don't do it. Period.
No, we're just saying no. We're going to do it our way. They can do whatever the fuck they want, but we're going to do it our way, and we're not going to do it their way.
Here's a fun game you could play at home. Count how many tents you see while we're down here.
Well, we are leaving St. Louis now, heading south.
On
Highway 55. We got in and out between the rush hours. I'm quite happy about that.
Spotted one. There's two. There's three. Three already. We're already up to three, and I've only been a block.
Excellent.
Yeah, this has turned into such a shithole.
Denver used to be so nice.
Not anymore. Everybody you see outside here, they're not patrons. They're homeless. Every single one of them. And 30% of these buildings sit empty now. Because everybody left, because nobody likes this shit. But let's keep voting blue.
Well, they have to. They're ideologues.
Yeah. Yeah, right next. What is this, a school here? Just a block over, there's people getting high on the street corner. Lovely. So this must be an elementary school here, yeah? Yep.
All right. So, who wants to see a beautiful fall forest, or who wants to see a bunch of crackheads? One in chat for the changing colors of nature, and two in chat for the downfall of society.
He already changed it. Come on. Watch some dystopia with me. I'm stuck here.
Emmy has made the command decision for us all.
God damn it. Well, there's pretty colors here, too. It's just the shit on the sidewalk you got to look out for.
Yeah, we don't have the aspens here.
All right, I'm going to have to mute myself and all that good stuff. I got to find this. I'm going to a law office today. One of my side quests. Yeah, I got to pick up some paperwork to file with El Paso County Sheriff. I do all sorts of weird jobs.
Hey, whatever put food on the table.
This is $85 to deliver a piece of paper. I'm happy with it.
Yup.
But first, I got to find a spot to park.
It's cheaper than a process server.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'll be right back.
All right. Mr. E, thank you very much for coming on and sharing this with us today. That's been fucking fantastic.
Very thought-provoking, at minimum. At minimum.
You know.
Probably one of the deeper discussions we've had around here in a while.
In a while.
Hmm. Thank you for making us think.
All I have to say about this is I'm just here to promote the idea. Now, how you promote the idea and what you do with it, that's on you. Steal what I've done. I encourage other people when I sit there and speak, steal what you need to promote what we're doing. After that, it's all on you. The whole point of doing this is between there's like what 7 or 8 groups between within the men's area. The idea is to get us all working together so we have a common voice. After that, it's what everybody makes of it.
My problem with that is I doubt we will ever have a common voice.
Yeah. Unity. Elusive unity.
We can get enough of a voice where we can make the people sitting on the fence and the people who don't want to be involved, make them get involved. And that's the whole point. Because right now, I get what we're doing and it works and it's going to work. But at some point, it has to be more than what we are right now. Because at some point, those 20-year-old men are going to be 40-year-old men. They're going to, well, why did I engage in this philosophy? It gained me nothing. Not even the idea of a hope or a future. And that's what men hold to.
But it gained them, it allowed them to stay away from usury. It allowed them to stay away from being divorce raped and having their children ripped from their breast. They turned against them.
Yeah, it's an attempt to insulate them from that.
And I agree with it. I 100% agree with it. But you understand what Rhino was saying, the pendulum swings. So in the meantime, it's swinging back. In 50 years, it'll be good again. Well, in 100 years, it'll be bad again. Do you understand? The whole point of doing something like this is to stop that pendulum swing. And if it does swing, it's not so harsh that it's coming down on every man.
Well, with the destruction of the nuclear family, we're not going to be swinging back because organized religion has abandoned men. We're not going to be swinging back to traditional roles. Traditional roles are being abandoned right now. And that, I believe, is the first time in history that has happened. So, where it's going to evolve to, what it's going to turn into.
Nobody knows, really.
Yeah.
Men
Love to
walking
see
away
and
from
find out.
men walking
It
away
doesn't
from,
look good.
Men walking away from society and marriage happened during the Western Roman Empire fall. We've already seen this. That was a major component of what happened. There was nothing left in the system, so men stopped getting married and stopped having kids, which allowed outsiders come in, refugees to come in, and that's what started the Great Collapse. So we have already seen the blueprint. Now, what the idea is, yes, we know what the blueprint is. Are we going to allow this, or are we going to use this in favor for what we are as a group of men? Are we going to use this for each individual man to promote what he is?
Or if our society collapses, will we adapt to whatever our fucking new overlords want?
But that's the whole point of what I'm promoting here too. If men can work together, that kind of puts a kink into who's going to be our top 1% too, because they'll still have to work with us. So that's why I said no matter which way this breaks, this puts more in favor for all of us than it does at the end than what we're currently on. The whole point is to start changing some of the trajectory of what's going. That's all. Because I do see a collapse coming, just like ours. I just don't think it's going to be the way most people think it's going to be. So what comes out of those ashes? It's kind of what the founding fathers said. They went to war, but they said, well, they were sitting there going to war and doing what they were doing. They were sitting there debating what they're going to do after the fall. So right now we should be sitting here talking about, if we see this coming and we know what's coming, we need to be sitting here not just talking about what we need to do for men today, not what we're going to do for men in 10 years. What are we going to do for men in 100 years? Remember, these are our kids. These are our grandkids. Do you want them to face the same thing we're facing? Now, me, I have a son. I don't want him to face it. I love him, but he would never survive. That's why I said I promote pop, I promote RPR, I promote a lot of different men because you know what? Every man needs something. The first steps is something to hold on to every day. That hope of I can change things better for myself. The hope I can make just a little bit of difference. Well, what do you do once you get to that point? What do you tell him after a man gets to that point? And life is okay, but it's not great. Every man's going to want more. What is my life worth? Why am I existing? What am I doing? These are the eternal questions of men have spoke since the beginning of time. So this is what I'm giving those answers. This is what we want. We want to bring back this. That gives Amanda something to hold on to. Do you know what? That my efforts are not being wasted.
Can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
What do you do for a living?
Right now, I decided to take after my divorce, and the judge. Well, we'll just say the judge took about $2 million worth of property from me. I took my disablement and gave the judge the finger. I'm one of the few men I actually took my ex-wife to full trial. I mean, I made it hurt bad. I went through 3 judges, and my ex-wife went through 4 attorneys. I went full out.
Okay, so
I don't make shit off of disability. All I ever say is I work off the books. Everything I do is off the books. It's why I come in and poke in and out. That's why I'm never constant.
Don't say any more about what you do off the books.
Yeah,
if somebody is worried about putting a roof over their head and they have one of these jobs that make society work, what should they do? You know, if working at anybody can go out and get a job at McDonald's, but if the place you're living in, even the shittiest basement apartment in Toronto, for example, is going to be what, $2,000, Hemi?
$2,000 a month, sir. Minimum.
You know, how the fuck are you going to have a roof over your head, something you absolutely need in a Canadian winter, working at McDonald's?
I actually deal with that with my younger men. You know what? Move away from Toronto. Move out into the rural area. Get a part-time job. Go get 3 roommates. Live the life you want to live. Don't confine to what others want. Do not do what the government wants. Do not do what women want, and do not do what organized religion wants. Do what's for you. And most of the time, most guys, we want to have fun. We want to do a little bit of work, and we just want to live our lives. So I encourage them to do that. Because all of a sudden, you just went from spending $2,000 a month. All you need is $800 a month, and you're living well. Now you just depleted the system of those resources. You depleted the system of your labor, and you're living well. You did 3 things all at once.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Exactly. This is why I applaud it. The only difference is, you know what? I could sit there, I could afford to go buy land and do what I did before and do, you know what? Fuck them. They're collecting taxes off me. They have leverage to threaten me with. They have a way to get to me. As long as I live, basically, if you want to call it vaquero or Ronin, they mean nothing. Because you know what? At second instance, I can pick up my shit, get in my car or get on a goddamn bus and disappear and give them the finger, and there's nothing they can do.
So you'll own nothing and be happy.
But that's I remind people, that's how men used to live in the 1860s. That's how men used to live. This is not something that's new. This whole idea of materialism and men belonging and owning and this great idea, that is not human history. Human history is men worked their backs off for nothing and then got their backs broke.
Human history is we're nomads. You know, we're not nomads anymore. We settled down.
To an extent. But you know what?
I will be paying, hang on a second, Mr. B. I will be paying far less in taxes once I go completely off grid. I will have no income to tax.
And they still have threats on you.
Well, they will get $200 a year from me in property taxes.
And if they change the law?
Yeah, and whatever sales taxes of whatever you buy.
Right,
remember,
sales taxes of what I buy.
Kind of avoidable.
This is what I remind men in this situation. As more men withdraw and are not participating, men like you will bear the brunt of the taxes, which means your taxes will increase. The minute you can't take your taxes, they'll threaten you.
Well,
this is why I said you're living. This is why I said
society will break before I am to a point where I can no longer pay my taxes. I've got this planned out. They could increase my taxes by 200%, which they won't do because they'd have to also increase the taxes on every other farm because I'm listed as agricultural land. They'd have to increase the taxes on all the farms by 200%. If they did that, nobody would be able to afford to eat.
Aren't they doing that already, though? Family farms are getting put out of business.
Do you see anybody starving in the street?
Not yet. Depends on what part of the world, too.
I mean, in the United States or Canada?
Looking at the stats, they say about 18% of people in this country are food weak. So yes, we're actually.
I don't believe it. I travel all over the place. And the only people that aren't feeding themselves are drug addicts.
I see it. I don't see it as bad as it is like in Yemen, where people are actually starving to death. But are people only eating one meal a day and are uncomfortable? Yes, they are. That's the whole point why they want to keep increasing benefits. They want to keep people comfortable. The minute you start taking away their food, the minute you start taking away those things start becoming comfortable. The people will become uncomfortable. And when people become uncomfortable, that's when things change.
Well, usually famine is a precursor to revolution.
Sometimes.
Most of the time, but there are exceptions. Like China. Huge fucking famine.
There was no famine in the States here.
I just said China.
China. Our revolution was based purely off idea. You know what? The one thing that's good about America is our ideas and our ability to export those ideas around the world.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're now exporting homosexuality and transgenderism.
Yeah.
Now it's ideals, not just ideas.
No, this is why I said we go back to the basic principle that started the Great Enlightenment, the basic idea that started 800 years ago. You go back to those basic principles, and you get the majority of men to agree. After that, you can start talking about those other things. Now, are we all always going to agree? Well, fuck no, shit. I don't even always agree with myself.
I think Rhino fell out. I'm going to let him back in.
That's why I said, it's not even necessary. It's just the idea that get us to all start working at a common idea. Because that's what I've seen between all the groups. There is no commonality. We got to do something common so we can start speaking together. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to pick off each little group by themselves, like they did with the MRAs, what they're doing with the red pill. They'll just pick each one individual group, and they'll just keep picking us off one by one.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Rhino.
Welcome back.
And the whole thing with that is there's not a next man up in this. And I don't mean to be, it's not anyone I see here, but I see a lot of egos within the community. You know what? Go ahead, personally attack me, call me an insult, call me a faggot, whatever. I heard worse from my ex-wife.
Yeah.
So whatever, I don't give a shit.
I got a spicy one. I got a spicy one today. A motion to dismiss, and it's a large corporation. That's all I can say.
Wow.
Very large corporation. I'll say this because it won't give it away. Lots of planes in the sky.
Yeah. Is the large corporation the plaintiff or the defendant?
They are the plaintiff in this one. Okay. Oh no, excuse me. Let me verify. Defendant's motion to dismiss. So the airline is the defendant. But that's all I can say.
Yeah.
Way up high in the sky.
That's a spicy one on both, man. I don't often get anything that exciting.
It sounds like there's going to be a payout agreement.
Oh yeah. Sometimes this job is a little fun. But soon I'll have to go into the courthouse and get the body scan, and that's the part I don't look forward to.
Yep, but
Right.
you got to take your guns off.
Yeah, yeah. Totally disarm. Good times.
Submit yourself to the state.
Fantastic.
Makes you feel warm and fuzzy, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. I love walking into a place where I, cannot defend myself whatsoever if something went down. That's a good feeling. I'm supposed to trust those men contracted by the government to defend me.
Even though the government itself has ruled that they don't have to defend you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So it'll be a quick in and out.
You are disarmed for
That's what
their
she said.
protection.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't sound tyrannical at all. When they're afraid of the people, they're supposed to be afraid of the people, but yeah, yeah. You know, at one point when you were released from prison, they were supposed to give you your horse, your gun, and 30 ounces of gold. And I think that is still the law in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, 30 ounces would be great.
Yeah.
That's $60,000.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, man.
I could be wrong about the number of ounces, but they were supposed to provide you with some gold so you could go about your way.
Oh, it sounds about right. The American dollar is only worth like 3 cents on the dollar from what it was from 1920.
Rap. Am I coming through now?
Yes, you are.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. That phone screwed me up, and then it.
You're coming through like shit through a goose.
Oh, that's good. Oh, and I was like, got it. All right.
I truly believe that homesteading is the way to go. You know, work towards having a place where you can go when everything hits the fan. Where you can feed yourself, keep yourself warm in the winter.
Speaking of homesteading,
about all you need. Oh, go ahead, Rhino.
Oh, I was going to say, speaking of homesteading, I just spotted 6 more tents. Not quite the same, but yes.
I believe that's heroin steading.
Heroin steading or fentanyl steading, yes. It's foggy up here today. Or that could just be all the pollution from all the scum and villainy. Not sure. Oh, shit. Who's crunching over there?
Oh, that would be me.
I thought it was Outlaw.
No,
What you?
Outlaw chortles. He goes,
Yeah. Yeah. What are you eating?
pork rind.
Nice. The Loves ones?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to grab those. I still haven't stopped in yet.
Next love I find, I'm going to stop for the day because, well, I started at 3:30, 3:45, something like that.
Yeah. And you didn't have a nap like me.
No nap like you. And I've been driving most of the time, and I get 11 hours of driving, so it'll be time to stop. But right south of St. Louis, there is a forest, a wilderness area. And it's really pretty, but there's nowhere to stop for like 50 miles.
You get Hamster to take you there?
No, Hamster ignored me. He's a bastard.
Hmm.
He's such a tease. He gets you excited and then screws off.
Keep you wanting.
Yeah. See, we have to have this passion that Mr. E has, but we also have to be persuasive. And to do that, we need to have a concrete set of goals and instructions of what we see as where we want to go. Just saying that we want it to be better is not enough. Of course, everyone wants it to be better. Those of us who have children want to see a better future for our kids. And we know what we don't want. But you can't build the future off of negative ideals. You still with us, Mr. E?
I can't see.
And, I don't know which way, the future lies. How do we decide how it's going to be? What type of government do we want to have? Obviously, the ones that we have, the republic, representational republic, is influenced in a way that is not beneficial to the common man at this point in its evolution. You can buy influence, but that's not available to the common man. Corruption is beyond the reach of you or me or anybody else that I know. You have to be on the level of a corporation or an industry to have any type of influence with the government. To have your rights represented, to have your future represented. It's not, those people are not building the future for you, they're building it for them.
Well, I'm open to ideas. Just like I said, I'm just here to promote the idea, to bring the idea up, to bring up different
Right,
different ways to do it. Now, what you guys
we're
do with
talking
it,
we're talking about the end game. What is, what is what does the future look like?
for me, the way I see it, a male-dominated society. The world has always been a better place when males were the ones making the choices. We were always better off when we had a console where we had to work together. In history, we've always shown we've been able to grow that way. When we've broken off of that, we've fallen. Now, how you guys want to implement that, I have not a fucking clue.
What form of government? You don't have any idea what form of government you want?
Who knows? We're probably talking an invention of a new. At the end of this, when we're sitting here talking about this, we're probably talking an invention of a new form of government. I mean, in truth, because we know the republic fails, we know feudalism fails, we know every other system has failed in this regard. So it means we're going to have to come up with a brand new concept. It's just the straight truth.
I completely agree.
Now, I'm not smart enough. I'm classically educated, but I do not have enough into political science or history on that kind of side of things to give a proper format for what would come. I just know that we have to do something different than what we've been doing.
Right, but to blindly jump off of a cliff without knowing how we're going to land and what we're going to land in, it seems really foolhardy.
Well, this is why I said promote the conversation now, because what goes back to, let's say this is the beginning moment of whatever is happening. It's going to take hundreds of years to make it come to full fruition. So the real course is, in this meantime, when we start this, we got to start having the conversations, and we got to start coming to some basic agreements. So we can sit there when we start having these conversations to what comes next. The prior footwork has already been put in. You know what I mean? It's like coming in with a mission objective. You have to meet certain criteria to meet your objective. So very much a linear way of thinking. That way the average man can follow along. And like I said, I am not the know-it-all in this. I'm just presenting the idea off the backs of other men's ideas, nothing more. I hope to God I am not the leader of this. I hope to God, because I'm just not that man. I'm the man that puts in the legwork behind the scenes. That's it. So up to you guys, what you guys want. I just want the conversation instead, because my whole focus goes back to, we have all these different groups of men. We got to find some way to come and work together. Otherwise, you're going to see MRAs continue to go after MGTOWs, and MGTOWs going after the red pill. And you know what? That is really doing more destruction than being called an extremist group. And that's the whole focal point of what I'm focusing on. Try to get us to work together. After that, hey, but you know what? Your ideas are just as good as mine. I mean, because there's other ideas that can help probably broach into this community, like standalone complex, which is a whole different philosophy in itself, but would help promote our group as well if people want to go down that rabbit hole as well. But then again, this could be, if you guys wish me to actually come back and say something or do something, I can bring it up then.
Dude, I'd like you to be a regular contributor.
Come back anytime.
Like I said, I'm more the guy that works behind the shadows. What would be a good...
Well, if you're behind the shadows, does that mean you're in the light?
Nope, not usually. Most people don't even know that I come and go.
So you're in the shadows.
Yep. Most people don't even notice me.
Sorry, I was playing a little word fuck. It's funny because I'm bored. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just an asshole.
No, I get it. No, I'm that weird guy that walks in the back of the church. You see, sit down, he comes and goes. You don't, but you never notice him coming and going. You just notice him there for that 30 seconds, and then that's me usually.
Yeah.
I only
Usually,
stand up.
he cleans out the plate.
I'm the asshole in back. When you do something really stupid, I stand up and I make my voice heard. Other than that, you don't usually hear from me. Not usually. Not unless I have I'm here to make a point, like now. Otherwise, I'm more of a go with the flow kind of guy. Now, who am I to argue with thousands of years of tradition? Who am I to argue with my forefathers who brought us here to this point? They obviously knew something I didn't. That's why I said, normally I don't. I just don't make myself known. And I've been openly doxxed before. That was not fun.
All right, I got this message, and it told me I'm not arrived at my stop. So I wrote them back. I arrived and left already. But just paperwork to match reality. Oh, fucking, the office bitch went fucking insane on that. I've arrived and left already. Just paperwork to match reality.
Come and go. Please drop your load.
Fuck. Okay.
All right. Off to the races now.
10:30 tomorrow is when I have to be there. It's 2:00 now. I've got 6 hours of driving left. So if I need to be there 10:30, I want to get there at least a half hour early. So 10 minus 6 is 4. I'll be starting on the road at 4 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell
Central?
yeah. Central, yeah.
Yeah, you won't see me.
Okay.
I'll be here around this time.
Okay. Oh, I'll see you later in the day, boys. Whenever you decide to get up. And Mr. E, you got to, you have some interesting ideas, and it's very thought provoking. So, we're not going to do this every day, but certainly well worth coming back. I don't want you to think that anybody here is going to tell you to go away. And hopefully you're a nicer person than this fucker in the Schneider truck who is blocking the fucking guy who's trying to park from adjusting into his single parking space.
Like I said, I'm just a guy with
but
ideas.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a Schneider truck fucking with a guy in a Schneider truck. So it's Schneider on Schneider assholery.
If it was swift, there would soon be a fire and chaos would ensue.
Now, chaos is going to be gaming later.
Ah, yes.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, boys, we've come to the end of another road, or the end of the road for today. And I hope everybody has had a good time. Maybe learned something, you know. And remember, there are 3 tenets to MGTOW. There will be no children in your future, no cohabitation, and no marriage. We take up these 3 tenets as a self-preservation strategy. It is a philosophy that you put into practice to protect yourself from all kinds of fuckery, whether it be your wife taking half of your shit when she didn't earn it, and half actually means about 3/4, because normally you're going to get fucked for the price of every expense she can think of, as well as taking the value of half of your stuff that you worked for and she didn't. Even though during marriage she was spending 70% of your joint household income. How is that fair? The answer is it's not. Or you can be put into indentured servitude if you have children, where you are forced to pay for a percentage of your wages versus what it actually costs to raise the child. They think that that is fair, that they will take a percentage of your wages versus what it actually costs to raise the child. So child support turns into mommy support after food and basic clothing have been met. Imagine that. So you don't want to be put in those places, so you employ MGTOW into your life. And in some places, they call it palimony these days. And that's why we have the no cohabitation. Because, believe it or not, even though you're not married, a chick can take your shit. If she gets mail delivered to your house. So remember, protect yourself and improve yourself for yourself, because nobody else is going to do it. Men in this society are shit upon, expected to sacrifice their bodies and lives, and it's their public duty. That is not expected of the other side of this equation. And MGTOW will help you avoid that type of fuckery. So peace out, brothers, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to talk to you again tonight, because we're going to have another stream. And there should be a few fireworks tonight. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Ooh, fireworks.
Yeah, fireworks. Everybody likes fireworks. So peace out, brothers, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Well, or tonight, or whenever. Bye-bye.